a couple of
Last time we wasted 2 hours doing this, and then the entire app took like 4 hours, which is not meant to.
I'm trying to come there and make sure everything like is actually like logged in, but then I'm leaving.
Has the stage even been set up?
I know the stage arrived, I'll check. I might try to come a bit early to see if I can like make sure that everything's organized. I'm actually gonna like log into the system there. It's actually like huge. I actually did a lot of stuff. I just really weird.
I think without I feel like a lot of the things could have been like, we haven't even practiced all these days.
I'll make sure that everything's like, I'll try to do this like to make sure that I mean, look, it should, by the time I leave, everything should be like ready to go. Everything should be like going. Because last time I was like organizing a lot. There were like hair and costumes. The costumes have arrived. Which means I can probably make sure that the costumes are in order and everyone knows what they need. Hair and makeup, they won't be like maybe because like that. It'll just be Erica like doing hair. I'll make sure that
Because what happened is some people's hair got really it got so bad that someone just like cried.
oh yeah, and then I think she's over a little bit. Like
I think it's like
I think she's decent. Like I feel like some people like
Same. I was like,
it's alright. So Erica, we are just do that. I'll make sure the stage is organized. I'll try to make sure. What do you like coming by Saturday?
it's Monday.
Yeah, but like
Scary.
I can come sit. I can go sit. Let's sit. Let's go sit.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Mac.Rob's 2024 ICT conference.
Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Wurundjeri people of the Eastern Kulin Nation, and we pay our respects to the elders, past, present, and emerging.
We just cannot wait to get started, and seeing so many of you here is just the best. But before we begin, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Amna,
And I'm Grace.
and we're the 2024 ICT co-captains at Mac.Rob. Along with a team of 10 passionate and driven individuals as part of the ICT conference, we have been able to make this conference a reality.
But what is the ICT conference again? The ICT conference is an annual event where you all will have an opportunity to hear from and speak to many real-world IT professionals, learn about what they do, and get to know more about the many ways STEM and IT are used in the world. It's a good mix of speeches and hands-on activities, which means there's something for everyone.
The ICT conference was a great success last year after a long period of no conferences due to COVID. But this year, it's even bigger and better, and we cannot wait to hopefully that you guys learned a lot of things, and it's just a really fun day for everyone. And hopefully, you guys have lots of fun today.
At the start, you would have received a pamphlet outlining how the day is going to operate. There are the specific times of each presentation as well as the location. Please refer to this as required. During periods 1 to period 6, there will be guest speakers, and for lunch we have an expo where you can get a more hands-on experience at stalls hosted by various tech companies, universities, Mac.Rob clubs, and of course our very own ICT committee.
On your pamphlet, there should be one page that's called stamps. And essentially throughout the day, members of a committee will come around and stamp your pamphlets. That that means you have to engage with the speakers and ask lots and lots of questions. Hopefully, at the end of the day, you can convert these stamps into raffle tickets and increase your chances of winning 2 very special prizes.
Well, what are the prizes, you may ask? Well, we have a gift card valued at $30 and a Tamagotchi, which is just a virtual reality pet, up for grabs. So get curious and get your curious and creative thinking caps on and ask lots and lots of questions.
Absolutely. Get excited because we have some amazing presentations lined up. Starting with Beca with their interactive game, Code Green and their innovative idea of combining climate and coding, Robocats and their fascinating robot, RMIT and her inspiring speech about women in tech, and of course, Dr. Tim Kitchen with his keynote and a very special workshop about Photoshop and Character Animator. And we all know you guys are really looking forward to that.
I know, it sounds very exciting, but don't worry, we're about to get started. I would like to now invite Tia and Ruby to introduce our first speaker. Please make them feel welcome.
Hey Mac.Robians, it's Tia and Ruby here, members of the ICT committee. First of all, we hope you guys are excited and pumped for the ICT Expo. And to start off the day with a bang, we have a special guest speaker from a company that you guys are sure to have heard of. But before that, we have a question for you guys. Has anyone here done work experience before? Has anyone here done work experience with Beca before? If yes, then guess what? The guest speaker is from no other company than Beca. So can we please welcome Jonathan Pecar from Beca with a round of applause.
Thank you. Let's give me a minute to get set up. Hopefully this runs smoothly. So I'm doing this. I'll sort of introduce myself. So I'm Jonathan. I'm a software engineer at Beca. I haven't always been a software engineer, and that's sort of what I'm going to speak about today, because I've had a bit of an unusual path to becoming a software engineer. And it was sort of, for me, a bit of a path of learning what I was really interested in, and having some changes along the way and getting some good support. And I guess part of the reason that I wanted to present about this today is it's something that I wish I'd, had more exposure to earlier in my life about what the other options were for me. Because I think if I'd known that, I might have got to where I am now a lot faster than I would have otherwise. But before I get into that, at the end of the presentation, I will have some interactive stuff to look at. I've put together a little game, not strictly what I do for work, but something I do more as a hobby. But I thought it'd be more interesting to share than, a lot easier to share in an interesting way than what I do for my work. So I've got a page here, which I'll ask you if you're interested to go there and download a couple of things, just because it would be good to start that now, so it's done by the time we get to the end when I ask you to have a look. So if you go to that page, there'll be a couple of links in the, I did not mean to go forward. Here's a pointer. There we go. So there's a couple of links if you scroll down the page a little bit. And the ones you'll probably want will be to open the link to the web game, download the Godot engine for Windows, I imagine, or Mac. There's a Mac option for people with Macs. And get the source code zip. So 3 things. I'll just give you a minute with the link on the page so that you can do that. There's not many good link shorteners these days, so you will have to do a little bit of typing. How's everyone doing? Is that happy for me to move on, or getting a few nods, so I'll move on. But it looks like probably enough people there. You can copy the link off someone sitting next to you if you don't have it already. So, really, I guess the journey to where I am at the moment started when I graduated high school. So I sort of knew I wanted to do something technical, but I didn't really know what that was. I love games and thought maybe game development, but I didn't really have a lot of examples in my life of people who had gone down the path of doing software engineering or anything in that field. I liked building and modifying computers, so that was sort of another area of expertise, or interest for me, I suppose. But again, it was sort of a career path that I didn't really see what the end looked like. I didn't have any adults in my life that were doing that for a career. And so I guess at the end of the day, I got to the end of high school, and when you get to the end of high school, and I imagine there's probably a few people in this room who are coming to that point now, there's a lot of pressure to sort of pick what your career is going to look like. And for me, I think it was kind of always going to be going to university, and the real question was, what do I study when I get there? And so I stuck with something I knew. I enrolled in electrical engineering. It was something that I had interested in, working with electronics as like a hobby, and it was something I was familiar with because my dad was an electrical engineer. It wasn't that I'm going to be like my dad. It was something that I saw a clear path forward, and so it was something that I felt, I guess, comfortable in, there being a way for me to take that forward. So I went to university. I studied electrical engineering. Obviously, I'm not an electrical engineer anymore, so I don't really use probably half of what I learnt there. But it doesn't mean I didn't enjoy it. I did have a lot of fun. I learnt a lot of things. I met a lot of people who, some I'm still friends with, and I picked up a lot of knowledge and learned a lot of skills. Some of that knowledge is related to electrical engineering, so I don't use that so much anymore, but I still learnt a lot generally that I can apply to my work today. Probably should have been a clue while I was studying electrical engineering. There were a few times where I wish I had sort of, I guess, stood back and reevaluated what I was doing, because we had some courses where we did software development, particularly C and C++ at the time, and I really enjoyed those. I also taught myself Python, and I used that on various projects where I could, and that's something that I actually use in work today. So I saw a few nodding heads in the crowd, so I imagine you're probably somewhat familiar with Python. It's a really cool language. It's something that's really easy to pick up, I think, and can be a valuable skill. I also learnt MATLAB at university, which I didn't really like. I would never do that again, but it was good to know. But it probably should have been a clue that a lot of the most interesting things I found at university were when I was doing some kind of software, either in our courses or when I was using Python to help solve problems that I had in other courses. So there were some examples where we had an assignment and it involved a lot of math. And I wrote this Python script that basically did all the maths in the assignment. And because we were given an example assignment, that meant I could put the numbers from the example and the numbers from my assignment in, and I could check that the numbers in the example gave me the right answers, and then be pretty sure that my answers would be correct. And that's actually something that sort of stuck with me. So there are probably a few clues in there based on what I enjoyed most that, maybe I should have considered what I was going to do eventually, but I guess I was just a bit complacent in that I'm studying electrical engineering, so I'm going to do electrical engineering. And I think it'll probably be a recurring theme in this, is that if you are doing something and you're like, look, I really enjoy this, maybe this is what I should be doing. You should probably listen to yourself. And I also hope that me talking about sort of where I've ended up and what I'm doing in software engineering sort of might help with some of that familiarity that I was missing at the start. Just give you an idea that there are some career paths out there in different ways than maybe what's immediately visible to you. So I graduated from university. I probably should have mentioned at the start, most of these images have been generated with AI, which is just something that I saw someone at work do for a few presentations that they've given, and it's just a really nice way to sort of spice up a presentation with like specific images without having to do art myself, which you would not want to see. Yeah, so I graduated university, and I did what you do when you graduate university, which is you go and apply for graduate jobs in your field of study. So you go onto Seek or whatever it might be, and you look up graduate roles, you know, the degree description, and you start applying for them. So I got a job at Beca, and at this point, that was about almost 10 years ago now. It'll be 10 years next year. So I haven't changed companies, but I have changed jobs, and I was really lucky to be able to do that. But I got a job at Beca, and I started working on electrical engineering design in the power team. I worked on a lot of projects. I did quite a lot of design work that was mostly office-based, so doing CAD design, drawing schematics, developing systems that would be sent to a contractor that would go out to site and build them. But I also spent a bit of time on site commissioning things, so we'd go to site, somebody else would have built it, and then we'd be there to provide support, guidance, and sort of instruct them on how to test and ensure that what they've built is what we've designed. Which was probably the more enjoyable part of that. I found, to be honest, a lot of the design work in the office a bit tedious. Again, probably another clue. And I just wasn't really feeling that what I was doing is what I really wanted to be doing. I didn't find, and some of the aspects of the job I didn't find particularly fulfilling, and one of those is that in the world that I was working in, where I'm doing electrical engineering design for, in this case it's power substations, basically we would do the design. That design would be sent off to our client. That design might take 6 months or a year to do in some cases. Sometimes it was shorter. There was a lot of work to produce this design. We'd send that off to the contractor or to our client, and then they'd send it to their contractor, whatever way around it worked, doesn't really matter. And then sometime years later, we might find out that the job would be built. And often I wouldn't even get to see what I designed at all. I think probably in my career I did maybe 10 large design packages, and I've probably only seen a couple of them in person after they've been built. So that the whole process I didn't find very fulfilling. But I did find something in my work that I did find quite fulfilling, and what I did do is I started to move towards doing some software development in my role as an electrical engineer. Because the thing with the electrical design that we were doing is that we produced a lot of drawings. Some of the designs we did had thousands of drawings, so basically when we'd print them out, which we used to have to do, now it's all digital thankfully, but you would get these big A3 binders, and when you printed them out, they'd turn into a stack about this high. So it was literally thousands of drawings that we were working on. And when you've got thousands of drawings, anything repetitive that you can do automatically is going to save you tens of hours, hundreds of hours of people's time. And so I started finding opportunities to automate some of these processes. So it could have been updating the drawings with new standards, updating symbols on them and things like that, extracting information from them to put into other schedules and things that we needed. Or it could have been automating electrical simulation software, doing maybe image recognition on drawings to find out what things are, where things are. And so I started doing this, and I really started enjoying it. I was working on software, and I was doing something where I could see results happening in real time. I was improving the quality of our work, and I was significantly reducing the manual effort the team was doing. I was literally taking hundreds of hours of people's time, giving it back to them, because a computer was doing that for them instead. So it was really satisfying to see. So after doing this for a bit, I finally sort of admitted to myself that I need to make a formal change. So I moved into a software development. Before that, I actually started looking for roles outside the company where I could make a career change. But I was lucky enough to have the support of some senior people in the company, and they made a role available for me. And so I was really grateful for that. And now I'm actually getting to do what I love doing every day, at least most days. I'm senior enough that there's a bunch of admin no matter what I want to do, but I still get to do code and I still get to work on cool projects. And now, because I'm in a formal role as a software engineer, I'm working cool projects for both people inside the business and outside the business. I've just got a couple of screenshots on the right there of some of the products that I've worked on. The top one there is from CapEx Insights, which is one of the products that we make for our clients. There's a big black thing in the top of the screen for some reason, not sure why that's there. That's actually from a test environment, which is why there's a cat in the corner and not normally the logo of our program. And Beyond down below is another one that we develop and use to help deliver projects to clients and sort of expose information to our clients. And so Beyond's one I've had less involvement with, but still some, but I've had a lot of involvement with CapEx, and it's been really cool to see when I joined that project, it was a lot of old code, it was quite messy, and there was this constant complaints about how everything was just a bit broken, just a bit janky. And so it's been really cool to work on that and help tidy it up and turn it into something that we're really quite proud of as a team. And it's also been really cool just with software, when you make even small changes, you can really see those changes stack up as you go along. And so just before I get to the quick demo, I'm just going to, I guess, summarize what I like about developing software. And I think I've touched on a few of these things as I was going, but one of the things I think is really cool, and it's also why I think if you think you might be interested, you should just give it a go. And that's because it's got a really low bar for entry, at least these days, a very low bar for entry. You only really need a computer, and it can be any computer. You don't need a powerful machine. Like you can develop software on a Raspberry Pi. So there's so much that you can do. And there's so much free information on how to develop software on the internet. There's loads of free training courses, loads of stuff that you can look up. And the entire internet is built on free and open source software, which is software that anyone can access. Some of it might be a bit difficult to get your head around, but pretty much the backbone of the internet is built on things that you actually have access to. So it's amazing just how much an individual can do with software and how much of it is available to you to see. I also, as I mentioned, I think it's so cool to be able to take things and do them in minutes that could take a person hours or days. There's just something really satisfying about having a task that it might be sorting images, it might be reading stuff out of Excel, putting stuff in Excel, or reading stuff out of drawings. But having tasks that would normally take a person hours and hours of their time, being able to write up a script and watch that just happen in minutes, that's so satisfying to see it myself, and it's really satisfying to be able to help other people when they have those problems and save them the time. And probably the biggest one for me, and this is like a huge contrast to when I was working in electrical engineering, and that's the ability to go from idea to reality and see the end product. Back when I was doing electrical engineering, like I said, we'd spend months on a design, and a year later this thing would be built, and we might not even have a chance to see it. One of the most extreme examples, there is a project that was started, our company started working on before I joined, 3 or 4 years before I joined, and they only closed it out 2 or 3 years ago before I'd left, just before I left the power team. So there's a span of about 10 years from starting design to actually building this thing. So you can imagine it's quite difficult to actually see what you've designed come to fruition. But with software, especially if you're designing cleverly, you can sort of see every little change you make go from an idea to something that works every step along the way. And I just think that's really cool. So that's sort of my journey from being an electrical engineer to being a software engineer. And I guess, yeah, it's something that I probably haven't really reflected too much on, the whole, at least the length of time it took me to get here. But it is something that I wish I'd known more about as a career option when I was in high school. because I think if I had known more about it then, and if I'd had more opportunities in high school to do some programming and things, which is not something that was really available at my school. So I think you're really lucky that you've got these conferences and you've got people organising these to be able to open the doors to some of these opportunities. I think if I'd had those, it would have really changed the trajectory of my career. So I'm really glad that I've been able to come here and talk about it today. I will have some time for questions, but first, I just want to give this quick demo and get you set up with this game, because I thought what would be cool would be not just to have this game that you can maybe fiddle with, but to actually give you the source code so that if you wanted to, you could make changes to it yourself. No, duplicate. Come on. There we go. So, basically, that's very small. That's to do with the screen on my laptop. When I was asked to do this presentation, it was mentioned it'd be cool if there could be some interaction, so I thought I would make a game. And the first thing I made was this game, which is basically a reaction time game. And the idea that I had was that you would do this, it would give you a score, tell you how long it took, and I'd make some kind of multiplayer scoreboard for everyone. The problem is, there were some little quirks with how that worked and the way that I'd done this as a web game, because I'd mostly developed these as desktop apps. And so I'm like, okay, I'll just have the game. And then I was leading up to today's presentation, I was like, just having that reaction. Whoa. So my hotspot's disconnected. One moment, please. Come on. No. So coming into today, I'm like, that's a bit boring. So what I did last night is I spent a couple of hours adding a little side-scroller game. And the reason I mention that is I just thought this would be a nice example of how quickly you can go from idea to implementation in software. This is that's rather annoying. Maybe what I'll do, what I'll instead do is I'll show you how you can load the source code and run this yourself, and then I can demo the side-scrolling game. So to actually open the game yourself is not too difficult. All you need to do is take the two files that downloaded earlier. Yes, that would be great if you could. Lovely, okay. Now I'm getting chats, so it doesn't do not disturb. I guess I'll quickly show the other part of the game. Maybe. I'll just continue. If you extract those two zip files, just to be ready for in a minute. But the other part of the game, this is literally something that I just put together last night, so it's not very good. But I figured I'd put the school name in there to prove that I'd done it for this and not just something that I'd picked up randomly off the internet. But yeah, this is something that's very accessible. There's a lot of tutorials about it, and you're going to have the source code if you want it to be able to do this yourself. My laptop does not really like working on battery. While this is happening, does anyone have any questions?
Just a question between software engineering and electrical engineering, which one would you say is harder?
I think, I don't know either of them is necessarily harder by default. I probably find it really depends on the kinds of problems that you're tackling, because in electrical engineering there are some sort of careers paths that you can go down, which is sort of very cookie cutter, and then there's other career paths where you can be doing research and sort of cutting edge stuff, and it's quite technical. So there's like a huge variety, and the same goes for software engineering. As for which you might find more difficult, it probably just depends on which one your brain works better for, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't really think either of them is intrinsically harder. There's a scale on both depending on what you're doing, and they could both be relatively easy or extremely difficult. Like there's aspects of software engineering, like kernel engineers who write the code that runs Windows and Linux and stuff, and they do things that is, I wouldn't even know where to start. And then there's very simple things, and the same goes for electrical engineering. So that's not a very concrete answer, but I don't think there is one. I think.
I have like two questions. It looks like you don't require like a lot of maths like to like code, because I know that like let's say software computer science involves quite a lot of maths to actually code like the logic behind it. So does your job like involve a lot of like
So again, that also depends, because there's different areas of software engineering, and so in the data science area, it is going to involve a lot of maths and statistics and things like that. But in web app development, for example, unless you're doing a web app that does a lot of maths, there's not much involved. So it really depends on what kind of software development you're doing. Having maths is definitely useful. Like in game development, for example, there's a lot of vector maths, because you're normally dealing with things moving around, and so you use vectors to describe the motion, position, and things like that. So maths is useful, but not required for all aspects of software engineering. Now that I've got these extracted, I'll just quickly show you how to run the editor, and then I will get back to answering questions. So if you wanted to open these games up and edit them yourself, all you'd really need to do is in the Godot, I'm not actually sure how it's pronounced, download, go in and run the one that doesn't say console. And once that launches, I didn't really factor in that my laptop is being very slow, so this might also take a second. And then once you are on this screen, just go import, find the downloaded zip file, which I've got lots of folders in here, downloads. Import and edit, and that will get you into the editor where you can make changes to the game. You could copy those blocks around that are used to spell Mac.Rob. If you go to, say, in this folder here, side-scrolling scenes, main scene.tscn, and look on the, double click on it, help. No, I've got, I normally use middle mouse to navigate around, but I'm on a trackpad here, so I'm not, yep, pan. There we go, no. Yep, I actually do not know how to navigate around this without a physical mouse. So that's not actually as interesting as I thought it might be. But yeah, so you can, exit, quit changes. So yeah, you can like move these boxes around, Control-C, Control-V to copy them. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. anyway, this is just more, I thought it would be something cool that you could play with, or you could fill around with the game, or if you've got any questions about how things happen in this, I'm also happy to answer those out of just technical curiosity. So yeah, any more questions about, I think you go ahead
Has
first.
your lifestyle ever changed because of software engineering, especially because work from home?
Not particularly, because yeah, when I was doing electrical engineering, it was largely design work anyway, so the ability to work from home hasn't really changed going from electrical engineering to software engineering. I imagine it would have been a big difference if I'd done more site work, but yeah, it's been largely the same because most of my work previously was done on my laptop anyway, so it's not made that big a difference.
What would you say about AI and how is that impacting software?
What would I say about AI and how's it impacted things? So AI is a useful tool, and I do have GitHub Copilot on here, and so I use that for software development. It will help to autocomplete code and things, and it is a very powerful tool. I don't think that it's going to, I know there's been a lot of concern around it from some people around it replacing jobs, but I don't really think that's the reality. It's a very powerful tool. It's going to enable the people to do more, and there's skills that you need to develop to effectively use AI. So yeah, I think AI is a really cool tool, but it's got a lot of limitations, and one of the big things I've noted is that there's a lot of people who don't understand the limitations. So yeah, if you do want to be, if you want to stand out, the thing to do is to understand AI and how to use it and what its limitations are, and that can really sort of enable you to develop faster and things. I think off the back there you have yours.
What's the difference between computer science and software?
That's a good question. I don't really know myself, but I've got an understanding, but it's probably not the most accurate understanding. But software engineering is more developing software, whereas computer science, from what I understand, is looking at the algorithms and things that underpin the software. So computer science is, I guess, a bit more, I think it's sort of like the same relationship between physics and engineering, in that the science side does research, then turns up in the engineering part later. So the engineers apply it and the scientists develop it, I think.
How do you think software engineering is going to develop in the future?
That's a good question. I don't really know. It's one of those things with AI, while at the moment it's a very powerful tool, I do think it has the possibility to really change the future of software engineering, like how it's done, the amount of effort it takes. But I don't see it necessarily going away, but it could turn out to be a very different field in the future to what it is now. But given the prevalence of electronics, I don't see it disappearing anytime soon. Yeah, so it's one of those things in technology. I don't think anyone really has a good understanding of what the future looks like, because if you ask people 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, the idea of a phone that you just have connected to the internet, this wealth of knowledge, is sci-fi. So I'm not going to try and predict the future on that one.
What high school subjects did you take that led to your career?
I took, at least in the last few years, we had English, maths, physics, chemistry, probably, I think other than having the mandatory subjects, the one that probably led to my career more so than others would have been physics and maths, mostly because of the teachers more than the subjects, although especially for engineering, actually sort of understanding the maths and the physics is quite important, but I don't really know how whether I'd say that led to my career or if it's more that I picked those subjects because that's the kind of thing I was interested in, and then I picked a career because it was on a similar path, so it was just sort of in my field of interest. But it's all, I guess, interrelated, but not directly, I suppose, other than needing certain subjects for my career.
If we wanted to start a portfolio, what are some small projects you could suggest to us to start?
I mean, a good one is always, it depends what you're interested in. Like, if you're interested in games, make a simple game. Like this one that I made and published as a web app is just published as a GitHub page, so that was really easy to publish. That's a good one. Making your own website is always a good portfolio item, but there's also things like, for me, the projects that I'm most likely to finish are always ones where I have a practical application. So if you had, say, say you have like a garden or something, maybe you put a webcam up and write some software that takes time lapses of that and combines that into some image over time, like in software automatically. So finding something that you can do in your life where you can actually apply software, I think, can be a really good place to start. Because for me, if I pick a random project, I'm going to do this, and I don't really have a reason other than to do it, I probably won't do it. But if I have a goal, I'm much more likely to follow through. So that would be my recommendation.
Do you use AI to help you with your work, like programming and coding?
Yeah, I do use AI. So we have GitHub Copilot, which is a GitHub product, but basically it integrates with our, maybe I can show an example, since I'm connected to the internet. So we have GitHub Copilot, which what it will do is it integrates with your editor, and it will try and give you code suggestions. So get calculate square area, maybe. There we go. So that was GitHub Copilot. I started typing the function, which is calculate square area, and it knows the area of a square is side times side, so it suggested the rest of that code. It does a lot more complicated stuff than that, but that's just a quick example of, like, I do actually use that every day, I think.
So my dad wants me to get into something from Raspberry Pi.
Yep.
Right? And since I'm just starting out here, I'm not sure if it's a worthwhile investment, and they're quite expensive. So do you think it would be a good thing for me to start integrating both hardware and software from Raspberry Pi?
The Raspberry Pi is a really good way to start out, to be honest. It's like a little microcomputer. If you get one of the older ones, you can probably find them fairly cheap, like the Raspberry Pi 3 or 4. But yeah, if you're interested in doing hardware and software, it's probably one of the easier and best documented ways. But the other thing that's a good option is Arduino, which Arduino, which I believe should be a bit cheaper, but is a similar thing, which is a well-supported device with a lot of tutorials, and you can program it, and it'll integrate hardware and software and things. If you want something a bit cheaper, that's probably what I'd recommend.
Do you feel like going to uni and studying your field was really like vital to your own career right now? If someone started out and just didn't go to uni and just went like coding on the side, or like did mini projects, do you think they could get to where you are today?
I do. The things that I learnt at uni that I still use today, I learnt some of my coding at uni. Wasn't very good teaching at uni because it wasn't a software course, it was an electrical engineering course. There's that, and there's some of the soft skills, working in a team and things like that. But you could definitely get to where I am today by self-teaching. I do think there's a benefit to some structured learning, because the thing that you'll miss out when you're teaching yourself are going to be some of the more complex practices. And like, I work with a lot of people in the business who have effectively self-taught, and the difference in the quality of code between people who have self-taught and people who've gone to uni can be quite high. It's not to say that people who self-teach can't get there. It's just that there's things that are harder to pick up without someone telling you it's something you should learn. Yeah, I think up the back you had your hand up for a bit.
Do you have any regrets in your career?
I do. Like, if I'm honest, I regret not realizing that I should have made the change earlier, and I did probably have a few opportunities to do so. So I guess, yeah, my thing there would be that if you feel like there is a path for you, but you're not sure, especially if it's something that you think about a lot, you should just take that leap, because I do wish I'd taken the leap sooner. It took me 7 years, which is a lot longer than it could have done. I could have come straight out of university, just applied for a software job, because it's one of those things where when you're junior enough, they probably would just hire you anyway because you can be taught. So yeah, a little bit, but you know, I've learnt a lot on the way, and I'd definitely be in a bit different position. I wouldn't be exactly where I am if I hadn't taken that course. So yeah.
You mentioned a lot of times like the way that you couldn't see your end result, and that was a big factor in you changing from electrical engineering to like software development.
Yeah.
Do you think if you had gone through a different pathway in electrical engineering, somewhere where it was more practical and you could actually see your results, that you would have ended up liking that more? Or is this like what's something else that really like?
Possibly.
You know?
Like,
Yeah.
I think the other course that might have worked for me is I went into sort of industrial electrical. If I'd gone more into electronics electrical, that might have been somewhere I stayed around, but particularly because that probably would have involved software at that point. Most electronic stuff has integrated electronics and ICs with some kind of software, but in those cases, the cycle time going from start to finish is a bit, well, it can be longer or shorter, but during that way you build prototypes and do all these things. So yeah, that's a good question, and I think the answer is probably yes. If I'd gone down that path, I might have had more interest there, but I suspect I probably would have integrated software more, but it would have been, I probably would have stayed the course there, because the software I'd be doing would be directly related to that thing. So yeah, I don't know there was necessarily a path where I didn't end up doing software, but it could have been in the electrical engineering field. I'm losing track of who's had the hand up next, I think.
You mentioned that there's like a variety in skill level, but is there any like basic standard and requirements if you want to do a software job?
I mean, there's always basic requirements. The basic ones will be having a knowledge of the languages and technologies they use. I mean, you can, if you're interested, you could go onto like seek.com or something and have a look at the different software engineering jobs, and they'll normally list the tech stacks they use. That'll be things like requiring .NET skills or Python skills or SQL skills and things, and that can give you sort of an idea of the different areas that you might be able to learn from. But the other thing with software though is once you've learned one, it's much easier to pick up the others because they're all broadly quite similar. But there will be, when it comes to sort of jobs, some minimum requirements which will normally be around the specific technologies they use.
Was transitioning between an electrical engineer and a software engineer process?
I was quite fortunate that I'd started, I guess, soft transitioning being an electrical engineer, so I'd been writing software and things in similar languages to the languages that the team at my company used. And I did, between when I finally made the formal transition, I took 3 weeks off and did a few courses online that were related to the specific technologies that the team was using. So it was a very steep learning curve, but I wouldn't say the transition was overly hard. I was very lucky that I had a very supportive team, and in particular, the head of technology on the project that I went into, Sarah Henderson, she actually came from university background, so she used to teach software. So she was really instrumental in helping me get up to speed. I was quite lucky with that. But I wouldn't say the transition was challenging, but certainly not an insurmountable level of difficulty, and I wasn't I wasn't particularly worried about getting up to speed. Yeah.
So if we did work experience at Beca, what did that entail?
That really depends on the team that you're in, I think, because we do a variety of things. So we've got the software team, we've got civil, water, power, structural, and I haven't personally been too involved with work experience students, so I probably couldn't tell you exactly, and it would depend a lot depending on which team you're working with. So I can't really answer that. Sorry.
How did you manage work projects with also personal coding projects on the side?
I just do the personal ones in my downtime. But there is a little bit of a caveat there, which is that I do pick personal projects unrelated to my work projects because there's conflict of interest things. Beca's not a game company, so making a game in my spare time is no problem. But if, say, I was to start writing engineering software in my spare time, that's probably going to be a bit of a problem.
What was your favorite project that you worked on?
It's probably either CapEx Insights, which is one of the screenshots that I showed you, or it might actually be one of my electrical engineering projects because it was at Melbourne Airport we were doing a solar system control implementation, and that one I was on site for the commissioning, and there was just a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving and things, and it was to a degree dealing with software because of programming in these PLCs. But it was just that one was quite rewarding. We got, the client was very happy with it, so it'd be one of those two things. They're my favourites for different reasons. Up the back.
I was just wondering what your day looks like as a software engineer.
Yeah, so I work with a lot of people in New Zealand, so I normally start at about 6:40 in the morning, but that's not mandatory. Most of my team starts at 8:39. And to be honest, don't go to sleep. I'm fairly senior in the business, so a lot of my week is full of meetings. But when I'm not in meetings, it really depends because a lot of what I do is helping out internal teams. So I get a huge variety of work. So this week I've been helping a lot trying to get this, we're doing some AI damage assessment for a client, and we've just been really struggling to actually get it out the door. So I've sort of come in and been spending a lot of time on that this week. So between meetings, I've been writing Python code to try and get into a position where we can run this assessment on 850,000 images. So we need to be pretty sure that what we're doing is right. Other days, it's talking to people to try and understand what their problems are and how we might be able to develop some software to help them. And next week, I'm going to be spending a bunch of time back on some of the tools I developed when I was in the power team to help them automate some drawing processes that they're going through at the moment. So it really varies. As a more junior person though, their typical day would be starting at their regular time. They'd go into a stand-up for whatever project they're working on, and they would have a backlog of items that need to be achieved, and they'd sort of be working through those one at a time, talking to other members of the team or senior members of the team, getting support as they need, and working through that. So my day as a software engineer is quite different to other software engineers' days. It all depends on the role and who you're working with. You had your hand up.
Why did you decide to join Beca and what made you stay?
I joined Beca because I once got an award at university from someone in Beca, and they told me I should apply for the graduate program. I stayed at Beca because the people are really good. I've always felt really supported. And I've just basically stayed for the culture, to be honest. If it wasn't for the people, I would have found a job somewhere else.
How many people are in a team?
It depends on the team. So the team that works on Beyond, which is one of the two projects that I showed, has a size of about 10 at the moment, or 15. So it depends what you define as team as well. So there's about 15 people on that project. A lot of those people are product owners and managers. About 8 of them are software developers. But Beca is fairly small as far as software engineering goes. So if you went to somewhere like Google, you'd have teams of, and it depends how you define a team, but teams on a particular project might be, hundreds of people, but then there'll be sub-teams that own different segments of that product. Spotify has what they call squads, which are sort of up to 5 to 10 people, but then, yeah, it very much depends on the company.
How long does it take to complete a project?
It depends on the project. So some might be CapEx Insights, for example. That one has been going on for years, and it will never be finished because clients, it's like a lot of software these days, it's subscription, so we're always making changes, we're improving things based on client needs, and so that just sort of rolls on and on forever. Other projects where, say, the goal for the AI image recognition stuff, that one is a few months. We need to get set up, do some testing, validate our results, and then run the process, and that has a definitive endpoint. And some might just be a few days where someone goes, I need this information out of these 10,000 spreadsheets, can you help me? That's just a few days. But in a lot of software development, with the nature of subscription services and things these days, projects tend not to end unless they're cancelled anymore. But it really depends what you're working on. It does. So I do still do some stuff with the Power team and help them build some of their tools. So having the knowledge that I do definitely helps me there. I've got some friends who were also power engineers to start with, electrical engineers, and they've gone on to start their own startup business, writing software to help other electrical engineers. So there's definitely benefits coming from that field, because there's no way that they could have gone on to do that if they hadn't trained as electrical engineers and then moved into writing the software. So there's definitely some benefits, and it does mean, also my experience in delivering client projects means that I have some context the rest of the software team doesn't, so I'm better suited to working with the rest of the business, which has been an advantage for me there as well.
Okay, I think we might just do two more questions. Sorry.
Yep, no worries. Two more questions.
For someone who's just starting out, what would be a good place to start self-learning?
I would say start learning some Python. It's very accessible. It's an easy language to learn. It doesn't have a lot of extra add-ons that you need to make things work. And not only that, but it is a very practical language. There's a lot of real-world uses for it. So I'd say learn Python.
What is the most important skill in the IT field?
That's a really tough one to answer. I don't know that there's necessarily a single most important skill. I'd probably actually say, if I had to pick one, it would be communication. It's not actually, it's not a technical skill. It's not going to help you do your work. But at the end of the day, especially in software and IT fields, you're often doing things to support other people. So, we're writing software so that other people can get their work done. We're setting up IT infrastructure so other people can do their work. So the ability to communicate with all those people, make sure everyone has reasonable expectations and that they understand what you're doing, is a really valuable skill. And it's something that I have personally witnessed quite significant breakdowns when there's poor communication, with people's expectations not being met, people getting very frustrated. So I think that's probably one of the most important skills, and it probably applies to any career path that you're working with other people, is communication is key. Last question. All right, one more. Any more questions?
There's one.
How do you manage expectations with clients in your job, especially with timelines and outcomes?
That is, it's always tough. Honesty is, there's a few things. Probably just being honest particularly about things you don't know, because that's a big thing when you're solving problems. Particularly with software, it's not like a lot of the other engineering fields that in my company we do, where we're designing something, we've got a fairly fixed idea of what we're designing. When you're trying to solve a novel problem, you don't always know what the steps are. So being honest that, yeah, I think it will take this long, but we're not sure yet, and keeping communication constant when things change. So if something's changing, giving regular updates, and as early as possible. It's just, I think, it's one of those situations, particularly if things are all running on time, then just the occasional things are great. But if things might be changing, then keeping that, keeping communication regular is really important. Yeah, I think that's all we've got time for.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. It's been good.
Okay, I've got to take the roll, everybody, so if you could just call out loudly so we know if you're here or not, please. Antara. Anya. That'd be Anya A. Yeah, from 9F. Yep. Tessa. Great. Ihana. 10L. No Ihana?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Davina.
Thank you. So many good questions.
Duvi, 11G. Ashley, yep, from 9D. Yep. Hannah from 9E. Thank you. Fiona from 12J. Yep. Nancy, 9D.
Yep.
Thank you. Melody, 12E. Okay. Tivona, 11G. Babette, 12I. Dia, 10J. Great. Lay, 9F. Yep. Mayumdi, 9F. Yep. Anya, 9I. Aria, 10F. Yep. Shamaila. Yep. Grace, 10G. Yep. Miley, 9I. Thank you. Isha, 11F. Catherine, 9F. No. Janice, 12F. Yes. Nishi, 12F. Yep. Is it Chi, 9H? No. Emily, 9L. Yep. Is it Puri, 9L? Yep. Sally, 9E. Yep. Grace, 12J.
Yeah, Grace is here.
Okay. Fiona, 10F.
Flora.
Oh, sorry, Flora. Sorry. I need to put my glasses on. Musarat? Yep, thank you. Julia, 10G. Tao, 10J. Aishani, 9I. Tanvi, 9L.
Yeah.
Claire, 11I. Jenny, 10F. Michelle, 10G. Emma, 10C. Kavya, 9E. Kim, 11I. Dira,
Yep.
9H. Neha, 9I. Sandra, 9L. Shrishti, 9D.
Yeah.
Arushi, 10F. Rosie, 10A. Tina, 10A. Vandana, 9I. Okay. Vismaya, 10B. Ashini, 9L. Sanika, 9L. Sahasra, 10L. I think it's Kalina,
Yeah.
10I.
Yeah.
Anjali, 12D. Adia, 10A. Shipra 9F, Tia 10F, Anushka 10A, Amna 12H, Hannah 10G, Anavi 11B, Alyssa 10G, Kimberly 9J, Tyler 12F, Doris 9F, Ann Ching, Sarah 11A, Angela 12I, Maheen 10F, and Maggie 10A.
Yep, good.
Sorry, I was supposed to do it.
That's all right.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah. What's your name? I'm Cameron. Oh, I didn't see your name on the list. I don't remember saying it. Okay. Oh, let me check. With it, what's your last name? John. Which for? What are you camera? Yep, present. Got you. Thank you. And
So just hold it.
thank you for checking. Thanks very much.
Hey Mac.Rob. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. Now let's welcome, I'm so sorry if I mispronounced this, Megan Menezes, Technology Officer of GoGreen. GoGreen is an organization that uses interactive programming to raise awareness and educate young people about the environment. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Technology isn't just something we use. It's an important part of our lives, influencing everything we do. As students, we're in a unique position to harness this power, not just as users, but as creators and innovators. The choices we make and the skills we develop today will shape the world of tomorrow. I'm Megan, and my journey with technology started right here at McCormick Girls High School. During my time here, I decided to study software development in UC. This choice wasn't just about learning how to code. It was about embracing a mindset of problem solving and creativity. But I didn't keep that knowledge just to myself. This year, I started teaching younger students how to code at both Best Brains and Codecamp. Now I'm studying software engineering at Monash, where I'm continuing to build on my passion for technology. But what excites me even more is my role as Technology Officer at Code Green, an organization that stands at the intersection of technology and sustainability.
Hi, I'm Melody. I'm the Program Development Officer at Code Green and currently a Year 12 student here at Mac.Rob. I studied algorithmics paper last year, and I joined Code Green as I felt I would be able to apply the coding skills I had learned to benefit others. I'm excited to be a part of Code Green and see how we continue to share and teach coding and sustainability knowledge. I'll be running the workshop at the end of the speech.
So at Code Green, we believe in combining the power of coding with the urgent need to address climate change. We teach young students about the importance of climate change alongside coding, showing them that they can make a difference from a very young age. Our workshops, which are held across Melbourne, are designed to inspire and equip the next generation to think critically and act creatively. Our mission has resonated with many so far. We've taught more than 1,100 students and raised over $30,000 to support our initiatives. But we're not stopping there. We're currently working on a book that will be distributed across Victoria, helping even more students understand environmental sustainability while learning about how to code. Our work has been recognized on multiple platforms. We were finalists of the 7 News Young Achiever Award and received the ICANN Services Australia Environmental Sustainability Award. We were also honoured with the Bright Future Prize for both 2023 and 2024. Our workshops at Code Green are designed to be more than just a coding class. They're an immersive experience where students learn to connect technology with real-world issues like climate change. Over the course of 4 hours, we take the students on a journey that combines education, creativity, and hands-on coding, all while focusing on the critical topics of fossil fuels and renewable energy. In the first hour, we start by getting the students comfortable with the tools they'll be using. For the first 15 minutes, they set up accounts and explore the Scratch platform, playing with games that we've created specifically for this program. The remaining 45 minutes of the first hour are spent playing a game called Two Truths and a Lie, where students learn about fossil fuels, the greenhouse effect, renewable energy sources, and key coding concepts like variables and Boolean logic. It's an engaging way to introduce them to the science and technology behind these important topics, making sure they're not just passive listeners, but active participants in discussion. In this game, students are presented with 10 sets of cards, each containing 2 truths and 1 lie about various topics related to climate change. As a group, students work together to determine which statements are true and which one is a lie, to help them assess the existing knowledge about climate change, but also encouraging discussion. As the students play the game, they use whiteboards to keep a tally of the truths and the lie. This tallying process serves an introduction to coding concepts like variables and how they're updated in the program. As we move into the second hour, the focus shifts entirely to creativity. For 50 minutes, students dive into coding their own educational games on Scratch, centered around the theme of fossil fuels. This part of the workshop is open-ended, encouraging all students to use their imagination and think critically about how to convey complex concepts through their games. They have access to the internet and can always seek help from our code green instructors. The hour wraps up with a 10-minute presentation session where students share their creations with the group, building on their confidence and communication skills. The third hour is all about interactive learning. Students participate in the renewable energy game, where they engage in mini activities that teach them about the different types of renewable energy sources. This part of the workshop is designed to reinforce the concepts they've learned, while keeping them engaged and excited about the subject matter. In this game, the entire group comes to roll a die, moving their character to a new square on the board, where each square is linked to a new challenge or activity related to renewable energy. These activities are designed to educate the students about renewable energy sources, while also reinforcing coding concepts. For example, 5 of the activities involve completing a puzzle to show the chronological order of how a solar panel works or how a hydropower generator functions. As they work through the game, students must collaborate, use critical thinking, and stay open to learning more about the intersection of climate change and technology. This game encourages teamwork, problem solving, while deepening their understanding of renewable energy and coding. They also participate in the Australian Energy Game, which is an engaging and strategic board game that challenges students to think critically about renewable energy infrastructure, cost-benefit analysis, and decisioning. In this game, students are tasked with simulating the difficult choices that governments make during energy transition. There are 4 different types of energy infrastructure, each with own set of costs, and as students play, they place different pieces of infrastructure on the board and update the game tally according to the specific values with each code. As students place infrastructure on the board, they must also write the code on whiteboards using if-else statements that represent the actions they're taking. For instance, if a student places a solar panel, they would write a statement like, if I place a solar panel on the board, I will make 5 kilograms of energy cost. This coding exercise forces students to think deeply about the consequence of their decisions, reinforcing the idea that every choice has an impact, both environmentally and technologically. Through this game, students not only gain a better understanding of renewable energy options, but also develop essential skills in coding and decision-making. Finally, in the 4th hour, students get another opportunity to create. For 40 minutes, they code their own educational game, this time focused on renewable energy. Just like before, it's an open-ended activity that allows them to explore their creativity while applying the knowledge they've gained. This session concludes with another round of presentations, followed by a 10-minute reflection period where students can share their thoughts on what they've learned. These workshops are available to all kids in Melbourne completely free of charge. We believe that making this education accessible, we can inspire the next generation to think critically about the environment and equip them with the skills they need to make a difference. But it isn't about just what we've done, it's about what we can do together. Code Green is always looking for passionate individuals to join our cause. Whether you're interested in coding, climate change, or just want to make a difference, there's a place for all of you. So I urge you to get involved. Technology is in everywhere and in everything, and by being a part of it, you can help shape a better, more sustainable future for all of us. Therefore, for the remainder of the session, Melody will be running a workshop regarding this.
Hey guys, for the workshop, you guys will be brainstorming and making a plan for a small individual game, similar to what's being done in actual workshops, which teaches the players about something to do with the climate. But first, I'll show you an example. This wind turbine moneymaker game is one of the games found in the toy box on the Code Green website. It shows, very, very simply, the components of the wind turbines, the battery and the turbine itself, along with the ability to sell the energy accumulated in the batteries. In the real world, this would be sold back to the energy grid, but to keep it simple, in the game it was just sold for money. In addition, to make the game fun, the turbines and batteries were able to be upgraded with the money acquired from selling the energy. If you want to try it out yourself, you can go to the link I put up there to look at this game and other games that are on. So your turn, you can form groups of 3 to 4 or more if you'd like, and brainstorm ideas for a similar small game that would be able to teach the young elementary kids about sustainability and or coding. The main elements for your activity will be sustainable versus unsustainable energy and the impact on the environment. There are 3 requirements, which is, first of all, it should be something that can be created on Scratch, so nothing too difficult mechanics-wise. Requirement 2 is minimal instruction required, so you shouldn't need like a tutorial or anything. It should be fairly self-explanatory. And it must be fun, because fun is what keeps the students engaged and will encourage them to keep learning. Please write up this plan on a doc, and we'll share with everyone if there's still time.
What if we create like a wackadoodle style and it's like a bunch of images of like cans and that's cool. Look, what about, okay, I'm like, so there's a screen, right? Yeah. Good start. There's images, it's like a wackadoodle, so images of like owls and stuff, you can test the output on here, like because
or we could do like different types of whack like the bad ones or the good ones?
we could do like a shift on it, so you shift
Yeah. The ones like unsustainable, ones are sustainable. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's just true. Yeah.
Huh? Hello everyone. Does everyone have a group of like 3 to 4 people? Kind of? Okay, so at the end, whoever's going to share the idea, they'll get stamps. So that's an incentive for you guys. Good luck.
And then we just build it in Scratch.
do you have Scratch?
Do they have any left?
Also guys, you only have till 10:05 to do this, so yeah.
Oh, you made our pen. It's so pretty, bro. It's so good. You're so good, bro. I was like, you're a genius. Just write down like and then check different types of Okay. Yeah. Okay.
If the player hits like a robot, has a timer. You know how when you mess up a rocket?
They show you like what the right we could like for education we could show like, hey, this is why you're wrong. I should like drop an email to like in my spam probably not. Or maybe they should get like unlimited. That's too complicated. Because like they can get high school. Yeah, but then if we were to go out like it would be like mode and then 50-minute roll like we have to write I'll find. Wait, do you want to write this just get it. Like, you don't have to sign up if you want. And wait, they're like the plastic oh, that one that's yeah. Oh, maybe. You make cool names for them. Like top pages.
Hey guys! I can sense that everyone's sort of chilling now, so I'm gonna ask people who are ready to share to come up and share. Yeah. Would you guys like to come up? You guys can just come up.
So our idea was
It's called
sustainable.
Yeah, sustainable.
So our game is called Sustainable. And we had a little what's it called? Like a tagline. It was a code that heals the ecoverse, program the future, save the planet. So in this, a character navigates through different levels, representing different environments. So for example, it can be.
So the player will be faced with different opportunities or scenarios as they go through the levels. There will be different levels like the ocean level or the city level and things like that. And one of the scenarios could be, oh, you're having a birthday party. You can go to the shop and you can buy disposables. Are you going to buy wooden spoons or plastic spoons? And then one of them would be sustainable and one of them wouldn't. And they'd get points based on which one they choose. And after a level, if they pick the wrong thing, for example, that isn't sustainable, they get a little infographic or something that shows them this isn't sustainable because of this, and they can progress through the levels.
Yeah. And then if you pick like the right thing, you can have so the map, it's gonna be like a map, and it's gonna have like the Duolingo layout, if you know what I mean. You could progress through the levels like a little trail, and it would let you like. What else am I supposed to say?
You kind of traverse through.
Yeah, you kind of like go through it, and yeah, the final challenge, it would combine the elements from all the previous environments, and it would require players to apply everything that they've learnt to create a fully sustainable world. So yeah, and then at the end, it could provide a summary of the players' choices and how their actions led to a more sustainable world. So yeah.
Players can also like customize their characters and their environments. And be very like children friendly and like things that younger people would enjoy doing, like birthday parties, for example. Yeah. Like it would be like very kid friendly. So yeah, that's our idea.
Thank you guys so much. Is there any other groups who'd like to hear?
Remember Candy Crush, different levels. So our one is about different bins. So currently we have the 3 bin system with recycling, greens and waste. But now we're focused on different types of recycling. Like other countries like Korea, Japan are already beginning to use this system. And if we allow kids to learn, like starting from 2 bins, dividing it into soft plastic or hard plastic, and then as you go into the level, there could be more and more bins that allow for more sufficient waste collection. So we thought that this would be a good way to introduce it.
We also have a mascot called Binny that will help them. That will guide the kids into each of the different levels. So there's minimal instruction required, and it's more easier for them to understand how to exactly play the game.
And Binny is basically Bluey for now. That's all.
Thank you guys so much. That was actually like a really, really good idea.
I know.
Yeah. Next group.
You guys will have one more group after this because we still need to leave time.
Hi. Our game is called Let It Grow, and in this game, you're the oncer. Your aim is to build a civilization and a world which has enough trees and still has a good climate environment.
So you have 3 minutes to answer as many questions correctly, and all the questions are basically about the environment. And if you answer incorrectly, then plants die easier and the fossil fuels are released. And like students can see damage to the environment.
You're also, because you're the oncer, you're also able to cut down trees. And these trees you can either sell for money or you can use them to build resources for your world. When all trees disappear, or when the climate is just a little too warm, a little too much gas is being produced, there's too many people in your little village, there's not enough housing, you restart. You did not do a good job. So you create a world that is very safe and happy and will last a long time for everybody.
Okay, that's
Civilization, huh?
Okay, well, just one more group.
Yeah. Is there anybody who really desperately wants to present? Year 12s, I guess, since we haven't had any Year 12s go.
Okay, so our idea was it's
basically like a platformer game where you explore different worlds and you have different like maps, and you're basically trying to collect plastic from the environment, which is like, you know, harmful. And the more plastic, like every time you collect plastic, it'll give you like a random like fun fact, or not so fun fact. Yeah. And if you collect enough pieces of plastic, you can like put it all together to make like to recycle it and make like a bag or something.
Yeah. So the, can you hear me? So the basically the big obstacle that you have in the game is you have like these plastic monsters that you have to slay to get points throughout the game. Basically. Yeah.
And yeah, the more points you get, like the more environmentally friendly, you know, this little map is becoming. And yeah, so you're basically just getting rid of plastic, exploring different worlds, and it's like a platformer game. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Next, we'll have Beca come back up so that you guys can ask her questions.
Do you guys have any questions about the game? Yeah.
What was your journey to like to join this initiative? What was your journey to join this initiative?
Okay, so I like had a mutual friend and she's the founder of the company. And then she was just like showing like if anyone's interested in like joining, and then I like had like a bit of coding knowledge, so I was like interested in technology officer. So if you contact her or like reach out to Code Green on our LinkedIn, they always have like jobs that are like upcoming, and like we have like for our workshops they run all across Melbourne. So like if you like live in that area and like are interested in conducting one, we're always looking for people. Yeah.
So like how
It's more like for younger students. So like, cause like the Scratch is like quite at basic level, but we're like hoping to like level. Yeah.
What are your plans for future and like more teaching and sustainability and stuff like that?
Yeah, so currently we're like working on making like a book, and then that's like to be sent all across like Melbourne. Yeah, so that's in the works. Probably by the end of this year, like we will have that published. But yeah, so that's what we're working on right now. Yeah. So like if you reach out, we have both an Instagram and a LinkedIn. So like if you reach out to either, just Code Green. We also have a website. I'm not sure if it has like a list of jobs at the moment, but if you reach out to that, if we do, we will definitely get in touch. Yeah. Well, I had quite a bit. Like when I was like growing up, I like learned quite a few languages. And whose question is that? Yeah.
Do the games created by the little kids get released to the public?
Yeah, they do. Like, so it's on the website. So all of those can be found on the website. Yeah.
are there other ways to like support or donate to Code?
I don't think so at the moment. But usually we like reach out to like different companies that they usually sponsor our different missions. Yeah.
What kind of organization is Code Green, and do you have like a mission statement?
No. So like we're a fully like non-profit organization, and we like all volunteer.
When was Code Green like founded?
I think 2022. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah.
Do you reckon it's been worth it so far? Because it's a fairly new organization. Do you think it's been good?
Yeah, I think it's going quite well. Like obviously we've been recognized by like many platforms as success before, so we're doing like quite well right now, and like we're only growing, so I think it's going well so far. Yeah.
What was your role within the business?
So currently as technology officer, I like oversee like different like technology aspects. But I think for like originally I like was employed to like work on the website. But I think currently we're like working on outsourcing.
What subjects did you take in high school?
So in year 11 I did physics and software development, like I accelerated those two, and then in year 12 I did chemistry, English language, methods, and yeah.
Did you find that hard to juggle with uni?
Not really, because honestly uni's like a like for time manage wise, it's like a lot easier than high school. Like I only go 3 days a week, and then most of the time it's like I have like a 10 a.m. to like 12, and then I like don't have class for 5 hours. So it's like honestly a lot easier. I go to Monash. I do software, like I do engineering and commerce. Well, personally, I like preferred Monash because like I thought it was like better for engineering, and like Monash lets you do a double degree, so I like really like that. But also, I just really like the uni life at Monash, and like it's a bad reason, but I think the campus is like a lot nicer because like there's so many like food options and like and then a lot of our friends also went to Monash, so I was like I just preferred it over like. Yeah.
What sort of topics are you
In what? Oh, in the book. Okay, so basically it's kind of how we run our workshops. Like we like have like different games and we link it to like different topics in climate change, and then like link it back to creating concepts. So it's like we're working through that.
When would you see Code Green going from here?
Not sure at the moment. I think we're just trying to like expand to different places in like Victoria, and then hopefully like across Australia.
And how would we attend one of these workshops?
The workshops are all on our website, so I think.
Do you have any personal projects right now?
Not at the moment because it's first year. Like I'm just trying to cope with uni, but I think like towards the end of the year I'll be working on that because it's like good to grow your portfolio. Yeah.
What made you decide to do a double degree of engineering and commerce?
Well, engineering is like a really like popular degree, so I like thought like by like double degree I'd have more skills. So like in the future if I wanted to like start a business, I'd have like commerce knowledge. So that was like the main reason to do a double degree. And like also if I'm like, cause I like live in the west side, so it's like a big trek. So like I was like, oh, if I like do a double degree, at least I'm like learning a new skill alongside it. So like I might as well make all use of Monash for this. Oh yeah, last question.
How long does it take you to get to Monash?
It takes me 2 hours. Or like 1 hour, like 30 minutes. It depends like what time I go. But like my classes like start either really early or like really late. So like it takes me a while. But I don't hate it because to go here it took me a while anyway. Oh yeah, last question.
How many people are involved in?
Currently our team is like fairly small, so I want to say like 20-ish people. But with like we have a lot of like workshop volunteers, like different places. They're like 3 to 4 people that like.
Can you please give her another round of applause? Okay, thank you so much, guys. It's recess now, so you guys can go outside and eat a little bit. And then you have to be here by 10:45. So please be here by 10:45.
You're fine, my friends.
Guys, anybody that asked a question and didn't get a step for it, can you do something funny?
And yeah, be honest.
Ask your question. I run a club. The K-pop dance club. I do rehearsals like every other one. Yeah. Just email me your essay. I will go through it for you. I am not doing that shit on your glitchy ass laptop. I'm sorry, I literally cannot on your laptop. It's killing me inside. I see it and I'm so scared. The next time I touch it, I'm going to be paying you $300 for a new laptop. It's not that bad. My ass is just the person holding it like this. Yeah, no, I'll sell it. I'm the teacher. Not one of you. It's so bad.
It's only for one period.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no problem. No, it's fine. It's fine.
You didn't say it, bro.
Except for law, maybe.
No, you wake up. You become listening to this weekend.
Oh yeah, I feel like it's so You start.
Also live streaming. No, because wait. Yeah, that's already done. No, there's class in there for Where's the other step? Okay, you guys go eat as well.
We can like take here and do recess, right? I'm gonna go recess.
Okay.
Have you seen this? No. I'm just gonna get my dinner after my day. Oh, do you want to get your recess? Oh, no, you can get your
Wait, Brian, you should go eat.
Yeah, you should go read. Hey, this would have closed, right? It's fine. Oh, look, who's getting Robocats at 10:45?
Kick him.
The already one?
Him knows.
Oh, okay.
It's not yet started, right? Not yet started. Not yet started. Let's finish.
You guys need to hand the mics and stuff for her, or take care?
We're not there.
Oh,
So
okay.
maybe we'll grab a chair somewhere. Go up or up to you. It'll be better somewhere here.
Sorry.
No time to eat.
Go to the bathroom and do you know what time rice
It's at, I believe it's at, sorry. Yes, it's at 11:30. I love my computer. Oh, I love this so much. It's so much fun to do that. I love the little rocket companies. Actually, I kind of hate but like.
Oh, this is my business. Can I eat it?
How would you? Where else would you find spicy gummies? Don't do the English shop. That's where you'll find spicy gummies. Spicy gummies. Is this gift from? Oh, it smells spicy. This is good. Okay, wait, how does it like? Are they the whole thing spicy? Are they meant to be spicy? Or is it one end spicy? Or like the whole thing?
I don't have any spice.
Actually, that's really bad spicy.
Oh, yeah, just bad spicy.
Oh, that's spicy.
It's not that spicy. It's not that spicy.
I'm not feeling the spice.
It's like slowly. You'll get like a bit.
What flavor is supposed to be?
Oh, sorry.
It's not spicy. Chili. It's chili.
Oh, it's like a bones and there's
Guys, why don't they own chilies at home are spicier than this? Okay, guys, do we want to hand out lollies when everyone comes back?
Oh, yeah.
Like, how do we find
Wait,
where they're
these
sitting?
ones. Actually, you're the one I had anticipated.
Ooh, what about these ones? Is that individually wrapped? You high cheese.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, we just can be the outside of the dress.
We.
Oh, we're just giving out like.
Sorry.
Yeah,
we
okay.
have
Wait,
some.
should 2% outside of the lollies?
Yeah.
Maybe just two.
Oh, wait, this is so cute. So we should open this. Oh, it's so good. Should we just do the pie mixer?
Oh, but it's as if
I don't know I don't know how many there is in.
one and a half.
Oh my god, I can see this. It's so cute. session.
Per session, exactly. Per session, like what?
Yeah, we're doing per session now.
That's okay, we make the rules.
We make the rules.
Hello? I'm gonna swing from the chandelier.
We have to stay on time here. Because we have to finish one here. Going overtime. We can't have people like us in doing questions. I know, some of them were okay. Some of them were like, it wasn't as bad as
How are you? Ruwini? Nice to meet you.
Oh, and I'm Grace. Thank
Nice
you.
to meet you. How's everything going?
Good, yeah.
I have Nicole from IEEE Women in Engineering and Krishna. And
Nice to meet you guys.
There's one more member coming from Women in Engineering, and we have 3 girls coming from Robocats for the Expo.
Okay, sounds very exciting.
Yeah. How's everything going so far? You
Pretty
enjoying
good,
it?
yeah. We have the live stream on as well, so
Yeah, okay. So what is the setup here?
We'll just remove this after the speakers, the committee members introduce you guys, and then you can connect your laptop if you want.
Yeah.
Or you can just send us a slide. Oh, but you can't.
I'll probably plug it in and.
You have HDMI?
Yes, I do.
We also have wireless mics if you wanted to.
Okay, I think it's.
Who's your supervisor?
I think it'll be better, yeah.
Hello.
So you had a technical positions offered, which I actually applied. I mean, I was not successful, but
I came last.
because I am
Yeah.
I am application and those things I could work on, but not merely science, right?
Last time they gave us
application and all those things I could work on.
Oh yes,
Application my work is completely kind of electronics. Transistors and instead of transducers and all.
Oh, if you guys are interested, this is just the agenda for the day. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Mine is mostly transistors, detectors, LEDs, those kind of applications I was familiar with, but not transducers.
Single transistor.
Yeah.
It's not a full chip.
Single transistors. So you are working with full chip for everything.
Well, that's yeah. Well, you know that's don't do much.
Oh, yeah, and your presentation starts at 11:30. All right.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Just keep this here. Just there. She's the one who introduced me to Sam.
Did you install Photoshop? And yeah.
So it has PhD standing there, his PhD standing there.
Yeah. So okay, that's perfect. The one on which those areas actually.
Oh,
She's actually looking for some casual to start with. I was thinking of
So that's why
he's
doing like activism.
something like a casual teaching she's interested in. Yeah.
So I'm pretty
that was the best position actually. That's why I played.
You didn't know always you should have if everyone's like outside, the rest of us like
not the stage, but like oh no, we have there's like I'm not sure if the person see them. That's like a good place. But maybe not for that.
No, we should have.
Well, maybe I tried this slide in.
Feel a bit straight.
So you think because the person hasn't started?
Yeah, a lot of people had questions. Somebody take the candy.
you only get steps in the first like 5 questions.
That's why this advertisement came.
Oh, I had to find it. It was good. Yeah, use your own like bits of
Okay, so maybe let's
Maybe after because I know I was actually going to MCA doing all this work, so I know it's not safe for me now currently. Yeah, because all the chemicals and those things.
The missed opportunity to that part that I made. Let me show you again. No, I was doing it. Okay, so first I'll and you know the tip of it. So how it works is to know I'm going to find it tomorrow. Don't say how are you going to cheat. So how it works, instead of me outputting the stuff, we do like you know, you can customize your categories and there's two categories. And the more unsustainable and your budgets get progressively sad. Oh, you're gonna advertise it like the way they advertise on TikTok. Exactly. Your budget can get progressively sadder, and if you use too much at the end, your machine will work, but the world will just explode. You just need to pick. I don't know. And what happens is if you select like there's a good energy, right? Your world gets happier, and then you unlock collectible items like Santa hats. I like it. I would give you 5 stars if it's cheap. Why is he interested? Sorry, I'm on Roblox. You really takes me to the view. I'm just fashionable, like you say, I'll be like glasses. I just love it.
You and me. I'm the other teacher. Well, we marked the event for the whole day. The event goes for the whole day. We marked it at the start. So I think we're fine.
I'm still getting over the loss of the
Sorry, I lost the tube of shuttle yesterday.
Oh.
The whole full tube and it's pushed everywhere. So, yeah.
Oh, there would be a shot.
Cheaper than
I'll just show up on the live stream. Is it live stream fine? Is it live stream fine?
No, the live stream's fine. I'm pointing at the robot.
Okay. I was just thinking like the lighting might be good.
It's alright.
But it's fine. Yeah, I think they're controlling it at the front.
So what are the lights off for? What are the lights off for? Is it because it's first stuff in the dark or?
Yeah. I think it's also from the screen as well.
Well, you can have the house lights on and just not the front lights. There's a way to turn just the audience lights on.
Or is it just like separate switches?
Yeah, there's 3 switches. One of them will do the room.
I was just going to ask, which lights do you want?
Yes, for the
Here's the, can I see the screen? The screen's pretty washed out.
It's fine for the live stream, but I'm pretty sure you can just turn off that strip lighting at the front.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to check? Is it the ones behind the curtain? I don't even know where the light switches in are anymore.
I know where the light switches
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed the conference so far and are excited to learn more. So far, we've heard from Beca and Code Green, and we thank them for their valuable contributions. Now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the Melbourne Robocats team. The Robocats are a robotics team who work towards empowering girls and women in robotics and STEM, some of which are our very own Mac.Robians. The ICT committee was lucky enough to attend the EduTech event this year and view their projects and robots in action, which was truly spectacular. We hope you can appreciate their work as much as we did. Please give them a round of applause.
Good morning, I'm Sangeeti. I'm one of the lead mentors of Melbourne Robotics. Can everyone hear me? Yep, okay, fantastic. This is Adeepa over here. He's from Ford and our second lead mentor for the Melbourne Robotics. So basically, what we are is we are a high school community robotics team. We built a 56 kilogram size robot in 8 weeks. That's during the school holidays from January to middle of March. And then basically we compete at the Southern Cross Regional tournament in New South Wales, which houses about over 50 teams from all over the world. There are definitely way over 4,000 teams now, and over 100,000 students just in Australia alone that participate in this competition. We also have over 35 countries, and we base our program on specific core values being discovery, innovation, impact, inclusion, teamwork, and the main thing is that we're all here to have fun. So the girls get to build, design, iterate, and perform as well with the robot.
This isn't a robot. It very well may have hydraulic arms, a drivetrain, and a circuit board, but this isn't a robot. This is a lesson in humility, hard work, and collaboration. This is a CrossFit workout for the muscle upstairs. This is an apple for the next generation of newbies. It's a lot of things, but this isn't a robot. This is a roadmap that leads straight to engineering. This is a rock to shatter 1,000 glass ceilings, a rope to pull a generation up and out of poverty, a sledgehammer to break down cultural barriers, and a universal language spoken in every nation on earth. And because of that, this is a compass that can help point the way to peace. But please, don't think this is just a robot. This is Glastonbury for technology. This is mission control for the next moonshot. This is the Rosetta Stone to help translate the future. This is the sport that will help us win tomorrow. This is the software to program ourselves to cure cancer, build a clean engine, or step foot on Mars. But this isn't a robot. It's a machine to build the people who will change the world.
So I'm Kim, and this is my second year in the team. And as stated before, we're an all-girls team, and we're all from like a range of different backgrounds, as well as location in Victoria. Like Anali travels like 2 hours to get to our workshop. And currently, our workshop is currently based in Monash University, so specifically Monash Tech School. So as you can see, there's a lot of metals, and there's a lot of cutting, so we're able to use all of the equipment for us to place and build a robot. And our mission is to create like a safe and supportive environment where all girls feel confident to just show themselves and show their capabilities, whether this is learning about new things or just teaching other girls as well. And we want to make STEAM more accessible to everyone, and we do this through a variety of ways, and one of them is outreach, which Anabi will talk about later. Yeah. And so we would like to just show some of our achievements and our hard work throughout the years. So in 2022, we were the runner-up of the Melbourne Robotics team. So this is a local tournament with around like 20 teams from Victoria, South Australia, New South Wales, and kind of all across Australia. And the 2023 Southern Cross Regional is one that's more like the regional, like so there's also like there's also teams from like China, there's also teams from like the Philippines, that kind of like Asia Pacific based, and there we won an Engineering Inspiration Award. So this is for our outreach and recruitment to other teams and our impact on our community. Then because of this, we actually qualified for the first World Robotics Tournament. So this is like the championship, and this is based in Houston, Texas. And there were so many teams, over 600 teams across the world with the best of the best. And we learned so much from that. we got a lot of freebies too. But so moving on, we also were the finalists in the Melbourne Robotics tournament again. So this is a yearly competition, and in 2024 we actually won the Team Spirit Award. So actually in first, we haven't mentioned this yet, but as you can see, there's more than just robots. So there's also like judges going around talking to us about what we're all about. And I think they really like our spirit. So we were awarded the Team Spirit Award in both the Southern Cross Regional as well as the Melbourne Robotics.
Oh yeah. So I like also to talk about the impact specifically on our girls, things that they don't really teach in school that this team provides to me. For example, we had a swerve drive workshop. Basically, on those on our robot, there's different types of wheels, and we were introducing a new type of wheel. So basically, this allows us to move like diagonally, like normally in a car. In order to move diagonally, we need to turn and then move forward. And introducing this swerve drives allows us to move so much faster. Maybe hit a few teams on the field as well. And another workshop we did was a CAD design. So we used software like SolidWorks and Onshape to teach the girls on how to kind of design it. And actually, for example, I was part of the shooter team, so we actually had to do everything on CAD first to see the size and everything, because there's so much rules you have to follow. So, for example, we learned that these things could go out of boundaries. So if we do that through CAD, it actually allows us to see it before building it. And if we build the wrong thing, it costs a lot of money and a lot of time as well. So it saves us a lot of time and learn a lot of skills. And we hope to do more in the future regarding like programming, and maybe other like fun badges workshop as well. Yeah.
So the build season is just like the heart of our team's yearly activities. As Singiti mentioned, it kicks off on 15th of Jan and it runs through the third week of March. And during this period, our team is involved in designing, building, and testing the robot. And at the end of like this intense build period, we celebrated with like a robot reveal, showcasing our achievements throughout the build season with our robot to our sponsors, friends, and family. And we also, even after the build season ends, we also keep the momentum going on by running workshops during the off-season from July to December, as Kim mentioned. And we also participate in multiple major events each year, starting with, as mentioned, the Southern Cross Regional Tournament, which is in New South Wales during March. And if we qualify for the first World Robotics competition, which is also held in Houston, Texas in April, which was a big highlight for our team, definitely. And we also locally compete in off-season events like Drill Down Under, which is held in May, and also the Melbourne Robotics Tournament, which is in June or July.
And that's in Melbourne itself.
And our build season isn't just about building our robot, it's also a rich learning experience. Our team members have the chance to delve into various fields like mechanical and mechatronics engineering, which involves hands-on experience in designing and constructing the robot. Electrical engineering is also a key area because students get to learn how to wire the robot, and they get to learn about circuits and power management. And also software programming, which is crucial for programming the functions of the robot, and also systems and integration engineering, which ensures that all of the components in our robot can work seamlessly. And we also, beyond technical skills, we also focus on the business side of things, like marketing and design, which plays a significant role in how we present our team and robot visually and strategically. We also have project management, which is essential for keeping everything on track, with tasks varying from like scheduling to resource allocation and for different sub-teams in our team itself. And we also put effort into arranging sponsorship and funding for our team for every season, and also awards, like we mentioned, the Engineering Inspiration Award and many more, which recognize our team's hard work and innovation. Our robotics season, as mentioned, doesn't really end with the competitions itself. We also stay active throughout the year with various off-season events. These events are great opportunities for outreach, learning, and promoting STEM and FIRST in the wider community. And one of the highlights of this year was the F1 Australian Grand Prix, where we were able to showcase our robot to an F1 team and drivers, and also share our work to them. They were able to drive our robot, two of the F1 drivers, as you can see in the photos. And so we'll also be participating in the Monash Maker Fair later this year, which is a fantastic event that brings together makers from all over to share their own ideas and innovations.
We will also STEM conferences at both public and school events that allow us to network, share knowledge, and inspire others to join the world of STEM and FEST. Additionally, we also have the chance to attend international expos, like recently the EduTech Expo 2024, where we were able to share what exactly FEST is about to companies from all around the world. And we also take pride in involvement of young women in our team as an all-girls community-based team and the broader STEM community. Our team actively promotes inclusive and supportive environments to ensure everyone has the chance to contribute and thrive in STEM fields later in their life.
Hi. I'll talk about the finance stuff. So to build a robot, like it's normally like we have to use like a lot of manufacturing like methods, right? Advanced manufacturing methods. So maybe you may know like the CNC like stuff. So our annual budget is around like 20,000 USD. Includes like registration, like for the completion, and like it's gonna be like 6,000 US dollars. And we have some like advanced components like we call, I think Kim mentioned like there's like special wheel system to drive the robot. It's called swirl drive. So we have like 4 swirl drive systems, and like how many motors? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, around 8 motors, right? Yeah. So and some gearboxes. So for those components, like it's like so we need some money to buy those. So you cannot buy the component from in Australia. So you have to like get everything from the US. So because of those things, we need sponsorships. So probably like I'm from Ford. So we are having some sponsorship from Ford and Rockwell Automations, and like Tip Top Aluminium, and like to get some aluminium shafts and stuff. And if I talk about the material, so in robot we are using like a lot of perspex. It's like plastic, and we have like a lot of aluminium shafts hanging around. So we are trying to like make a robot more like lightweight, but still I think this it was around 48 kilos, right? So the whole robot is like with the battery, it was around 48 kilos. Yeah. So each year, like we are like reaching out to companies for sponsorships. So this year, I think we had an opportunity to I think to like go to the first education edX. Yeah. So we had like opportunities to talk with a lot of like companies. Like yeah, Lenovo and stuff. Yeah. So hopefully we will get some sponsorship from them. So I think we are trying to like build our we are trying to get some like machines like for our team. So we don't need to rely on the other like if you need to cut a CNC like we need if we like cut something from CNC machine. So we have to like go to and talk to person who has a CNC, or just we have to pay like it's expensive. So if you have like our own CNC machine, it's easy for the girls. Just like they can straight away like design the components in the CAD and straight away cut it, right? So and also like if there is something like if they have to change something, so they can straight away like do the changes and they can see it visually. Then for like sort of. So then I'll go to the next page. So we came here like to show you guys what are we doing with our team. So as Kim and Anna mentioned, so we are all girls team. So each year we are like we are going to a couple of competitions, like so.
Yeah. So basically, being an all-girls team and a community team, we have no restrictions in terms of coming and joining us. So we welcome all girls with a passion for STEM, or even if you don't know much about robotics or STEM, come speak to us, because you don't need to have any experience. Even if it's, some might say that you need to have programming experience, you don't have to have anything. We teach you everything from scratch. We do the induction for working with tools and power tools, and through our partnerships with our sponsors, so Ford, BAE, Capital Aluminium, Bunnings, what else we have, Tip Top, they all come and actually volunteer their time to teach girls how to do it, what to do, and it's not just doing we don't just throw you in the deep end. We try and nurture you through the whole process. Obviously, each year has a different game requirements, and so the team needs to work according to those rules that are specified. And we work together. We have a design. I would say the first few weeks of the season is really more about designing, and then coming up, doing prototyping, coming up with what could be an issue, what can't be an issue. So we have the challenges that we all face in everyday life once you go into the workforce. So that teaches you how to work in a team as well.
So you see teamwork, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, so we got like a couple of like teams, like mechanical, electrical, and software. But like everyone has to like work together, right? If not, like you cannot build like advanced robots. So everyone has to communicate well. So we are building like communication, teamwork, and like the other like the skills, right? It's like mechanical, drawing stuff, electrical work, programming. If like programming, like we are using C++ and Java. So you don't have to like know the stuff to join our team. So we are, I think currently we are running CAD workshops. And also like we are going to do the programming workshops as well. So if you guys can join us, and like we will teach you guys everything, the how to build a robot, how to design a robot, like how to program a robot, how to do the electricals, like start from the basics. Basically, yeah.
I'll just add something to it. Although it's a lot of fun, it's actually also a lot of commitment, like time as well, to learn everything from scratch. And like, for example, I started this last year with no experience as well. But when you commit a lot of time into it, to learning, this is why we always emphasize that passion is so important. Because when you're passionate about something, you tend to be more committed towards it. So yeah, like over the holidays, we actually come and meet together 6 times a week. So it's pretty intensive, like 5 hours a day on those weeks. I mean, obviously you don't have to come like every day, but we do recommend you come as, whenever you're available. So yeah, if you're passionate and you're super committed, feel free to just contact us, me or Navi as well if you're interested. And if you have any questions at all, like Google chat us.
It's like we are like designing a new thing, right? Building from scratch. So it's like, it's take some time, but like, we expect the commitment, because like we need the teams like working together, then we can just like build a good robot and we can win the competition.
Yeah. Again, it really depends on what the saying we have. What you put in is what you get out. It really holds true to being part of a robotics team, because what you do put in, you do get out, and the result of it is actually being able to qualify as a team on the world stage in Houston, Texas. And the girls did that last year, and it was just an amazing experience. You get exposed to companies like NASA, MIT, and those types of first tier defense that we all kind of see on movies and TV and conferences that they actually advertise. But this you actually get the hands-on experience of actually meeting them and working towards a career pathway, if that's something that you are interested in. And being part of the team, with a lot of our outreach, you get to go into different industries and meet their executives, start to discuss your career pathways. And we've had that with Anabi, who's really now interested in going into Formula 1. engineering, meeting the Formula One team McLaren, speaking with the drivers, speaking with their engineering team to actually understand what goes on in the background and find out whether is that what you really want to do, or is that what but if it's not that, that's not what you like, you can go into more of a mechatronics area. You can go into Disney. You have access to Disney through being with our team. They come in, they do presentations at all of our competitions that we have, and it's just really exciting. So I'd like to open the floor up for any questions, if anyone has. Yes.
Exactly how much commitment do you need for the school weeks?
Right. So once we have 6 days a week during January. That is during the evening time. So usually it runs from 4 till 9. We are based at Monash University in Clayton campus at Monash Tech School. Once you start school in February, we go to weekends. So we don't require you to come in during weekdays. It'll just be weekends. Usually it's about 10 till 4 in the afternoon. And then we try and teach you that how to balance your work, a work-life balance that you learn to do. Also when you get into the workforce and get into university in terms of how to juggle your time.
It's definitely doable from my experience working with the team.
Yeah. I've got 2 daughters, and both of them have gone through Melbourne Robocats. One's now finished university, and now she's a pro golfer. And the second one is in year 11, like probably most of you guys. And she's been doing this team for the last 7 years. So it's definitely a doable program and to be part of the team. So I think, yes.
For the software that's used for those, what language do you use?
We use C++. This year we've used in the past Python and Java. So depending on what the most consensus kind of vote that we have within the team is the pathway that we'll go with. But generally C++.
Yeah, I think we definitely probably will continue with C++ next year because we already have like the base code, so we don't have to start over again, learning new things.
Yeah.
For the robot, we got a library, our own library, like they have provided us. So we can just like use the library and just do the coding.
Exactly. Yeah.
You mentioned that even if like someone has no experience or anything, we're still able to come and join. Does it add like a lot of work like outside of the time we're obviously like we have to learn anything outside of
No,
it?
no, absolutely nothing outside. Obviously, it's when you're joining a team and to understand what First Robotics competition is about, there's lots of YouTube videos that you can actually have a look before coming on into the team, just to get a base understanding. And that's something I recommend. I think in our own spare time you can just YouTube it on your device. But there's nothing required for you to do after hours or before hours. So you just need to come in but we are focused, I have to say, and when we breaking up into the 3 teams into mechanical, electrical and software, each team will work on their certain components, and so, as we get on in the season, in the build season, we basically require not every team to be on site. You can actually do it on an online Zoom call, that type of thing as well. Yeah, so.
What events are you doing?
I beg your pardon?
How do the robots compete?
Yeah, okay, we're going to show you. So basically, we'll demonstrate our robot, what it does, but basically the robot competes on a basketball-sized stadium with 5 other robots on the team, running from one end to the other end. I won't say running, but maneuvering around the obstacles on the field and obtaining points. So it is a point system that the robot has to achieve. The game is for 2.5 minutes. The first 10 seconds is autonomous. So we teach you how to do autonomous coding for the robot, and then after which time, then the drivers take over and start to drive the robot for the rest of the 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So it's pretty easy, but it's lots of fun. It's nostalgic. The energy is just so great. Everyone comes in. When everyone's at competition, it's just a big buzz. So yeah, I recommend it.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, right? It's
Two and a
so
half mi-
quick, yeah.
It goes so
It goes
fast.
so fast, yeah.
While you're driving, the drivers obviously think it's going to be a bit long, and I think Anna and Kim can vouch for that.
Can you show a video, like just like a sample video?
While you guys do that, we'll just
Yeah.
take a few more questions.
This is for like Kim and Ivy, because like I'm quite interested, but how do you think you're gonna juggle it in year 12?
I think I mean like it was definitely really hard for me at the start of this year trying to juggle everything, but I think like it teaches you a lot of like organization, like planning out everything, and also even
So
like
what is
before going
click?
to
Click up
like,
is
before going into it, we have an agenda of what needs to be done, like what needs to be done, what's like really nice to do. So I think being like super organized with it, having like mapping. I use like for example Google Calendar, so it maps out the time I need to do things. So I feel like that could be definitely a strategy that helps.
So this is like the game, if you can see.
Sorry, just to answer your question regarding Year 12, being Year 12 students, we actually do give a little bit more of flexibility, let's say in terms of attendance. We do require about a 70 to 80% attendance, but given if you're doing Year 12, then we can definitely speak to us, to the mentors, and then we can work out when you really need to be here and when you really don't need to be at the yeah. Okay, we'll quickly play you this video and then
Bonjo Wahi scoring into that speaker for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance. Wolfgang look like they're going to play some defense and block those red robots. They're very quick. Project Persepolis for the Red Alliance, 49.85. Playing defense there and blocking, 55.84. IC Robotics. This is the same tactic Red Alliance have used before. Persepolis playing defense that leaves both Barker Redbats and Guangzhou Wahi. Fast robots are going to score. Red Alliance trying to extend that lead. Blue Alliance, some heavy contact there. Wolfgang and Barker Redbacks coming together, but Barker continuing, they've scored into that app. Red Alliance ahead, 71-29. We've got a minute 15 to go. Guangzhou Wahi spinning around. Nice driver move there to get out of the defence of Wolfgang, but Wolfgang have got them blocked. Blue Alliance have amplified their speaker, allowing time for 42.53 Raid 0 to score. But to counteract that, Red Alliance have also amplified their speaker and scored twice in there to extend that lead. Wolfgang doing a good job of defence, blocking up 55.84 there. That's IC Robotics scoring into that ad for the Blue Alliance. Again, heavy contact. 42.53, playing some good defence there. That's Raid 0, they're blocking up those fast robots from the Red Alliance, allowing 50.
Okay, so you've got a basic idea about how big the field is and how many robots that we are competing at the same time.
I recommend looking at past years' game animations. That they really explain the rules because the games change every year. Do you have any?
Push it back as well.
Does it cost anything?
No, this is the beauty about it. Being part of the team, we're a non-for-profit team. We are a charity-based organization as well, so we ask no money. The only thing you probably need to spend is probably to buy a team shirt. And I don't know whether you saw me when I came in, I had a hoodie on. You can buy a hoodie as well to be part of the team, and that is our team uniform that we ask everyone to have their uniform during competition. Yes.
Can we have last question? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Before the last question, if you guys have any other questions, you should come visit our stall during lunch, in case we miss any of you.
Yeah, they'll be at a big circle table
In
in
the
the
middle.
middle.
Yeah. You won't be able to miss us. We'll have Phoenix here.
Do you want to go?
Okay, one last question. Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Yep.
I just wanted to ask, how do you sign up? And we can't
Oh.
get the QR.
So I have I have cards with the QR code. I'll be handing them during the store, and we also have the website we can show you, or you can ask us any of further.
You can go to our Melbourne Robocats .org website, and there is a Become a Team Member on that as well. You can just sign up on that, and then that should be good. We'll quickly demonstrate to you what Phoenix does as well. Murphy, you might need to catch.
Oh, God. Do you need me to go anywhere?
No, you can say that. We had some competitions where during the Melbourne tournament where they were actually, when the robots were shooting, they tried to get it onto our MCs, and one did get in.
They
So
managed
that
it.
was good.
I love it.
So Phoenix, this is Phoenix. Phoenix actually has an arm. Yeah, it's enabled.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay, can you come in?
I'm not sure if I can see it. Do you want to delete it?
Yeah, come.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, it's in.
Stay still. Stay still. 80 level.
You do one more. That's one more. Thank you so much for coming and listening to us today and learning a little bit more about robotics.
If you have any questions, come to the next
Yeah, we got
Can we get another round of applause for the Robocats? Our next speaker is here to represent RMIT.
Dr. Ruwini Edirisinghe is a senior lecturer at the City campus for RMIT, and we are extremely grateful to have her here today to talk about RMIT and women in the field of technology. Can we give her a huge round of applause, please?
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the session so far, and well done to Robocats. It's an amazing work that you are doing. Yeah, my name is Robini Edirisinghe. I'm from RMIT. I'd probably skip this slide because you may have done the acknowledgement in the beginning. I thought I'll start my presentation by giving a brief introduction to RMIT first of all. I'm sure you all have heard about RMIT University, but it's a university that has global reach, and we are a multi-sector university, but we have a reputation on technology, design and enterprise particularly. So I'm based in the City campus here. We have 3 campuses in Victoria, but I'm based in City campus. So I'd like to invite you all to come one day to have a look at what world-class facilities we have at RMIT and some of the research we do at RMIT and all at some point. So I'm not going to go into details of these statistics. Briefly, we have about almost 10,000 students and so on. Something to highlight here is, these are some of the statistics. You know, universities are ranked generally around the world. So one of the things to highlight here is, particularly in engineering discipline, for example, the built environment, RMIT University was ranked #1 in Australia according to last ranking, and world ranking was number 18. So we have a reputation in the area. Something related to our topic today, women in engineering and technology. RMIT was ranked world #1 university for reducing inequality. So we are talking about gender equality. So that's something related to our topic today. So I thought I'll highlight that as well. Particularly, RMIT was established originally as a college for working men. So this is a great achievement so far to reduce the gender imbalance in the field particularly. I thought I'll check your knowledge a little bit about, your understanding a little bit about gender representation in this field. Can you think about this question? Well, the question is about percentage of women in workforce in Australia. I'm sorry, I think this word is hidden. What's the percentage of women in the workforce in Australia? What do you think is the correct answer? A is 72%. Can you raise your hands, those who think answer A is correct? 72%. How many of you think answer is B? 50%. I think majority believe that it's 50%. Anyone thinks the answer is C? 20%? Yeah, so there's a little bit of a debate around workforce, women workforce in Australia. So between 50% and 20%, the room is sort of divided, but the answer is actually 50%. So in Australia, the workforce is, women are equally representing the workforce, which is a good news. But let's look at the engineering field now. What do you think the answer would be? I'm trying to take this to walk with it. So how many of you think answer is A, roughly 50% representation? So no doubt about it. Everyone believes that even though the workforce is equally represented, it's not in engineering. So second one, 20%. How many of you think it's 20%? Majority thinks it's 20%. So how many of you think it's 10%? Wow, so its room is very much divided. The answer is, in engineering overall, if you take all the engineering disciplines, engineering is a broad discipline, right? So electronic, electrical, mechanical, civil engineering, and a lot of engineering fields are there. Overall, it's actually 20% representation. So pretty underrepresented field. So if you go a little more specific towards, for example, let's take construction, civilian construction discipline. What do you think the answer is? Even lesser. So it's actually 12% globally, as well as Australia, 12% globally, 11% in the range. So you see that the field I'm talking about and we are representing is actually all masculine, homogeneous, underrepresented, non-traditional for women. So this is the bitter truth of the field we are dealing with today. However, there's a good news now. Improving gender equality and empowering women, there's a global agenda for that and a policy as well, even in Australia. So I don't know whether you've seen this before. This is called United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. So there's a specific goal number 5. The aim is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls in the, by 2030. So there's a global agenda and a global policy towards improving this gender equality in the workforce. And also in Victoria, we have federal as well as state level acts towards gender equality, improving workplace gender equality. So there's a good news for you all when you go into the workforce. So when we look at ICT, technology and engineering, where do we work? Do we go to manufacturing sector? Where do we go to civil engineering? Actually, I don't know whether you heard about it, Industry 4.0, that was the industrial transformation happened in the past decade and still it's going on. So introduction with the artificial intelligence, big data, data science, and all this telecommunication field enhancement, this is spanning across every sector. So the people work in engineering and ICT, they do work in every sector nowadays. So healthcare, utilities, education, mobility, real estate, you name a field, you can work in any field that you can think of. So now education and career pathways that you can take over are endless. There are endless opportunities. Think of a sector that will have some kind of AI, data science, and futuristic applications in it as when you go to university and when you graduate. So I wanted to now touch base on some of the facilities we have at RMIT that I said I would like to invite you at some point. So you can come and have a look at this and try some of these facilities. So one is called VX Lab. So this is particularly for virtual reality. My colleague James Hammond leading this lab. So we have students coming time to time, like you all. School students, school excursions are happening. So I don't know whether you've heard about nowadays, particularly in the engineering field, we combine the physical world with the virtual world. So there are so many things. For example, if you look at some of these structural elements, the things behind or inside these elements that we can't see from human eye can be analyzed through virtual models. So this is an area that's being applied not only in engineering, so many other sectors. Even in my teaching, I use augmented reality-based application to make the teaching more engaging and also to give students more experience that you can't see from naked eye in the real world. So you can come and have a look at some of the facilities and try some of the games that we have at some point. And this is some examples of previous school excursions. Particularly this was done for students, those who are disadvantaged. The schools, they didn't have facilities to try. And then the next thing I would like to highlight, it's in fashion and textile. So that's something we often as females are inspired about and passionate about, fashion and textile area. So we have world-class facilities. This is in Brunswick campus. We have thermal mannequins and we can also generate fire chambers are there. There we can try various testing and laboratory testing. So that's something I have used throughout some of my projects, which I would like to share with you now. So this is called Smart West project. So this was Internet of Things based application where we incorporated sensors that can measure various physiological conditions of construction workers to improve work health and safety. So it sort of attracted a bit of media attention as well at some point, and we've tried it in various sectors, residential sector and construction sector, including Victoria's Big Build project. So that's one of my favorite projects actually. This is an ongoing project where I have a few PhD students working on it now. This is another facility we have. It's called CRE. It's more about artificial intelligence and robotics. So probably you guys know better than me about it. It's a humanoid. They're working with humanoid. So humanoids are like behaving as humans. I believe you know more. They mimic human characteristics. So again, my good friend Timothy is leading this, and they go to these competitions happening in France. They call Robocats Robotics competition. So this year they just shared the news. They won 3rd place in this competition. It's more like a soccer game they are playing in the field. Next thing I wanted to highlight to you is, we talk about a lot of technology, right? So very tech-savvy field and so on. You might be wondering, is there an element for us to, if I'm not very tech-savvy, what are the opportunities I have in this field? Yeah, there are enormous opportunities. For example, there are facility management and construction management, if I look at this particular area. So management side, the natural qualities we female have in our DNA, for example, nurturing, caring, and those kind of natural qualities, you can make a big difference in the field by participating in management aspects of the field. So this project, for example, is looking at women in construction, which I'm working with leading universities in the world, like from USA, from the UK, and Brazil. So they are very interesting, these elements, non-technical, human aspect, humanities, social science, and you're looking at perception of the people, you're listening to the feelings of the people, and this field of research is called qualitative research. That's not about scientific, laboratory-based, very technical aspects. So keep the options open for you. If you are not very tech-savvy, there are other opportunities definitely in the field for you to contribute and bring synergies of a team, for example, together. With that, I wanted to also highlight some opportunities I have received, which I'm grateful for in this field to make a change for the future generation. So these are some of the, I'd say, activities or committees that I've been participating in. So remember, this is an underrepresented field, so we all have a responsibility to make sure the future generation, we pave the path for the future generation. So these are some of the things we do. I did actually. So even for you, you can mentor a junior school or little girls around the field that you are passionate about. So it doesn't necessarily to be a professor or a PhD or even undergrad to make a change in the world. So keep that in mind, whatever the field you are choosing. So make sure that you give back to the community as well. So some of these, out of all these, my favorite is IEEE. So it stands for Institute of Electronics and Electronic Engineers. So why I like it so much is not because it's the world's largest professional organization, where we have about 47,000 members across 139 countries. Not because it's big, but because it gives us enormous opportunities to make an impact in the society. So I'm currently chairing Women in Engineering Victorian section. I have two of my committee members here, Krishna and also Nicole, and a few more are joining us for the expo to show some of the work we do. And also I'm representing Region 10 Women in Engineering, and I do some other work at RMIT as well in this space. So again, a little bit about this IEEE, which is my favorite. As I said, we have, this is the representation. Actually, it's 190 countries. Today, you will meet this team during the expo. We are showing you some interesting products or workshops that we are doing. I will show you some of those information next as well. Now, what do we do as part of IEEE Women in Engineering? What do? We do support women throughout their career pathways. So some of the things we do. This is me talking to you last year. So thanks for the invitation again. So last year I came talk to you as well. So this is high school engagement. And we do panel discussions. We do organize various tours to our laboratories for people to come and try these various technologies and have a look what's happening. And also we do leadership development programs and technical skill development and workshops. More importantly, we don't forget to celebrate these special days. We do celebrate International Women's Day, Women in Engineering Day, and IEEE Women in Engineering Day, and so on. As part of it is to mentor and guide and build a network to support each other. Some of the technical skill development workshops we do are around electronics, textile. Remember I told you the fashion and textile has a special element in our life and embedded in our skill set. So this is a mixed interdisciplinary field with electronics, electrical, fashion and textile, and computer science and programming. So some of the workshops we did in the past where the school teachers came into the workshops and learned these techniques, and they then brought it back to the school curriculum. And also, interestingly, we did some workshops around for biomedical engineering conferences where we had majority participants, they were men. That was interesting. So we make the difference not only for the future females, but also we teach future male colleagues to be champions in the field. And very interesting workshop we did, series of workshops we did was around National Science Week, where we then conducted a public exhibition where students could come and compete, make a competition we conducted. These are some of the photos from those. And these are some of the displays or products of previous workshop participants did. We are going to display them in our expo. Next, please join us trying some of these things. I have a couple of videos from past events. Don't know whether it's this is a LED party gown. That can sense the heartbeat of the wearer, and it lights up a coding too. As you can see, this part is heartbeat illustration. And the next one is the smart construction safety vest that I mentioned to you before. That's a quick snapshot of, that's a quick snapshot of previous exhibition. Now this is hot off the press, something we did last month for high schools. So about 100 participants were there for this workshop. This was a beginner workshop. This was actually a collaboration with IEEE and Women in Engineering and RMIT, mostly funded by Australian government. That was a project funded by Australian government, which has various elements in it with virtual reality, and also electronic textile workshops were part of it. And these workshops were very well received, and we had year 9 and 10 students coming to RMIT from various schools, trying these workshops, and they wanted to learn more and go into an advanced workshop. This was a beginner workshop we conducted. We got them to try out various circuits and taught them the block code. We started with the block code basics of programming, and then they tried various projects. Yeah, so I hope this gives you a quick snapshot of what we need in technical skill development. I wanted to highlight we, Women in Engineering, we do collaborate a lot. So we do collaborate with universities, government, high schools, industry, and also we do collaborate with other game changers, like you will meet Robogirls during the expo, so Robogirls will also come and show you some of the things they are doing. Now, with that, I would like to sort of bring it to concluding remarks. So often when I go to present and do presentation, one of the questions commonly asked is, can you share your career journey? So I think even last time I was asked the same question, but I didn't have a slide ready, but I have created a slide this time. So this is my journey. So you can see that it's 2 decades. And I have 2 beautiful boys. So I went on maternity leave. So path is not rosy for females. That's the truth of it. But I have a good news for you. Just hang in there. So one of my PhD students developed this for me and helped me getting this slide done. As you can see, I mean, when you go for maternity leave, this is the career trajectory you would take if you didn't go on maternity leave. Obviously, it goes down, but you can catch up. So I did my Bachelor of Engineering back in Sri Lanka in 2003, and then received a scholarship to PhD from Monash in 2005, migrated, and I was on maternity leave during my PhD with my first son. And then I got the PhD, and then I received an invitation to be a postdoc in an ARC, Australian Research Council funded project at RMIT. And then I was on maternity leave again for the second child. As you can see, Krishna is also getting ready for her big day. So we all do this as females, our career journey and personal journey. It's kind of a balance we require. And then I was lucky, I should say. I got the Vice Chancellor's Research Fellowship position sometime 2015, and now I am working as a senior lecturer. So that's my career journey, which some of you asked me to share last time, which I didn't have a slide for. I've included this as an inspiration for you all. So, path is not rosy, but the good news now is, unlike these past 2 decades when I was doing my postdoc and all career, establishing the career, nowadays the workplaces are more and more recognizing achievements relative to opportunity. So they recognize the unique challenges females face, and they look at the performance relative to the opportunity you have had. For example, maternity leave or looking after a young family, they always recognize those things. Even when we go for promotions now, there's a section we need to address. So good news is now the workplaces are changing, and there's more opportunities and more recognition for females in the workforce. So think about these things when you make decisions as well. Now finally, I'd like to conclude with this. I'm talking to a cohort, unique cohort here, those who are very bright and talented, I believe. This is what I saw in your school website. Is that true? So it says that Mac.Rob is a government public school for academically gifted and high-achieving students. Wow. So, and one of the only 4 selective schools for females. So you guys are the best in best. You girls, sorry, I used the wrong terminology. You girls are the best in best. So believe in you and don't be scared. Now the workplaces are different. Yes, traditionally it was called homogeneous, masculine, underrepresented. That era is gone. Now there's bright future, bright stars. So believe in you, and I wish that all the best to you all, and you can change the history. So I'll see you all in Expo. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Would you say that coming to Australia from Sri Lanka has changed your perception on like what gender equality and diversity is?
Yeah, it's a good question. Back then, in 2003, there was not much of a difference. As I said, the policies and all this push for gender equality came in the recent past decade, I would say. Back then, it wasn't a big difference, but there were some cultural elements to it, of course, like even in Sri Lanka, not many females would go to engineering college. For example, my undergraduate, only 1% or 2% maximum were females. Yeah, so now the situation is changing. Now it's going to be around 10%. Overall, you know, the world perception and policies and all these are helping to achieve this gender equality. Good question, thank you. What's your name?
Well,
sorry, I didn't ask the name. What's your name?
I'm Flora.
Flora, thank you, Flora.
I'm Sanika.
Sanika, nice meeting you.
What would you say was your biggest challenge in your journey?
A very good question. Biggest journey, if I'm being honest with you, back then there were not much of policies, and achievement relative to opportunity was a new term came into. Just a few years ago it came into. So when I came back from maternity leave, for example, all my male colleagues who were working with me have shoot up in the career ladder. Yeah, I had to sort of re-energize or recharge my career. So that was one of the challenges, but it's no longer there. As I say, I promise things have changed now. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tanvi. I was wondering
Tanvi?
Yeah, hi. I was wondering if there were like any challenges with having like two children and just still like working. Were there any like setbacks and like picking them up after school and like that sort of stuff?
Spot on, yes. Yeah, there were challenges, obviously. I went on part-time for 5 years during my Vice Chancellor's Fellowship. Again, it was, I'm grateful to RMIT. It wasn't written in documents that you can go on part-time for that position, but DVC RNI was so nice, and they sort of allocated that for me. So when the family is young, when you're raising young children, it's obviously you have to look after them as well. So that might look like, okay, your career is slowing down a little bit, but eventually you can catch up. So when now they are grown up and you don't have to worry too much. So there's a period, obviously, but that's part of it, and you can catch up. So it's a promise I can make to you.
Hi, I'm Ashini.
Srini?
Ashini.
Ashini.
And I just wanted to ask, like, how can we, as school students at Mac.Rob and soon going to university and stuff, how can we get involved with RMIT and all the programs that you guys have?
Yeah, good question as well. So maybe through teachers, if you wanted to visit RMIT, one option will be we can organize definitely. So this science experience we mentioned, we showed last July we did. You can come to RMIT, or we can come to you as well to do workshops, and particularly IEEE Women in Engineering. I'm very passionate about initiating a new initiative for schoolgirls to come and join us. We are happy to teach you some of these, for example, e-textile workshops, and then you can come with us to teach primary students, for example. So those probably we can look into that option, and we've been talking about it as well. So drop a line, and we are happy to initiate something around it.
Hi, I'm Sahasra.
Sahasra.
And I had a question because like you're a senior lecturer and you do all of these like workshops. So like which one do you really dedicate more time to? And for the fashion show, you know how they create these items? Does RMIT directly like support them, you know, after they've created these items to like do something with them in the future?
Yeah, two questions to answer. The first one, time management. Time management is something we females have in us, generally. So that's something I've noted, that even at household, even when you go to work, time management, we are good at it. We are good at multitasking, so you have to believe in it. So it's just a matter of prioritizing things, and also dedication, and also work ethics as well. So whatever you are doing, do it to the best, and then move on to the next one. So time management, you can do it. I mean, you are best of the best, so I'm sure it's fine. So the second question was around products we do. In the past, when we did series of workshops, we start with beginner workshops and then go into advanced, and then those who are passionate about will stay with us and develop products. And we do help. We do help, and we can buy sensor kits and things for you, and we can sponsor you around that area if you're interested. Thanks.
Just one last question.
So others maybe we can talk in this.
Yeah.
Sorry, who I should go for? You pick one.
Sarah from the back. Maybe do you want to ask a question? Yeah.
What percentage of your students in recent years have been female?
What percentage of my students are female? So it's around 8% at the moment. Among my PhD team, I've got about 7 PhD students. At a point, I realized that I have only 10%, or 1 out of 4 was female. Originally, then I made an effort and particularly recruited more female into the team, and now I have a balance. So this is something we try to practice so day to day as well. Good question. So others, please don't get disappointed. I'd love to. Maybe it's a better opportunity to talk to you one-to-one during Expo. So hold on to your questions and speak to me. Okay? So shall I wrap up then? Yeah. Thank you so much.
From 12 to 12:30, you guys have a break, and you can eat your lunch and get ready for our expo at 12:30, which will be in the hall. And you have to be back here by like 1:25. You can't do later than that. Because very exciting workshop coming up after lunch.
Did you get to how to go?
You go in the photo. Oh, you should go here.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take you guys to the hall.
Right, we need to set up. Yes, yes. That's okay. Thanks for coming. We have some chocolates to share. Really hard work. Everyone's a beauty. Is everything going okay? Is everything going okay in the workshop? Her mind was with us even though she was away. So, even that moral support counts, you know.
Oh, perfect.
Ian, do you have a question?
It's just a small question. Back in Sri Lanka, how many of your parents were like educated? Because I was talking to like my mom, and she also went to engineering school, and she's like her oldest. Her guy, he was educated, but her dad like spent a lot of money to get her educated, and her Nangi didn't like properly study. So she's like and she's the only person who immigrated to Australia. So I was just wondering like how many of your family as well?
I'm coming from a middle class family as well. My parents are government workers, and only my mom had graduation, and she's a teacher. So very common, very typical explanation that you gave. So I'm not coming from the entire class. So same, I'm the oldest, and I'm the first to migrate out all my cousins and then my cousins.
Because Ami lived in like Anuradhapura, so like with the village, right?
Yeah.
But Dad was like middle class. His dad was a government worker. And so he's more like middle class. Well, Ami was like in the village and stuff like that. So her English isn't as good as well because like she's not.
Something to engage on. What's your name? Instead of sitting at home. Nice meeting you. And say hello to your parents.
Yeah, I saw your name on the list and I was like, oh.
How did you guess?
It's a singer.
The singer. Yeah. What's your surname?
Paligay.
Paligay.
So like GE's kind of. His name is Kumara Singh.
Okay, Singh.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
I don't think I did. No.
Alright girls, let's go to the expo and set up. I haven't been to expos before, so I thought it looks like let's get some
coming if you get down before me.
I told him that I'd go to this room yesterday. I bet that wasn't even yesterday.
Was that?
On the
No comment. Okay.
He's so weird. Wait, let's look at this. You like him though, right?
Was that you?
Yeah,
I saw you
obviously,
on
that's
the
true.
train.
I saw this, I was like, there was no way.
No, it's a
What
whole
the
comment.
hell?
You love the eyes right there.
Oh my, oh my day. And this is like, what, like 2 years ago?
It's so different.
And that thing was yesterday.
And I'm not even white. Can you just shut up?
Whoa.
Cheers.
That's so funny. This is from Sadie. This is from, I don't even know if ChatGPT existed in year 7, bro.
You probably read that, just sat down and threw it away and then was writing the whole poem.
Oh my god. He used to call me a lot.
Oh my god, that is so sad.
That's so.
He's never
But
gonna
like,
get
I'm just, yeah, I was like, I'm sorry, but no. Like,
I feel bad for
yeah.
him.
Look how many times, like 12 times.
What the hell?
His name's Akil. He used to just spam calls.
Wait,
Akil?
Wait.
No,
What
not the
the
one from
hell? Okay, good.
What the heck?
What?
She's cool, it's cool. And I got really mad. I told him to stop, right? And so this one time, I went to the shower, my phone was on my table, and he's calls, and my dad sees it. And so when I come out of the shower, he's like, so who's calling you? I was like, I don't know, I genuinely have no idea. And he goes, who's this guy? And I'm like, I don't know. And I told my dad, he's like pissing me off, he's like constantly calling me. He's like, oh, okay, then like tell him to stop. I was like, yeah. And then he did stop for a bit. And after a while, he called again. He was like, oh, sorry, I thought I was calling my sister. Like, my name is nothing even remotely like your sister's name. Like, he's such a loser.
Oh my god. I feel bad.
He has to, like, he needs to calm down. Like, I'm being such a simp, you know? And then this is last year, right? I went to New Zealand in 2022, and then randomly he added me on Snap, and I was like, you know what, whatever. I added him back. And then, after the message, he said, can we still be friends? And I was like, okay, like, sure, whatever. And then, obviously, I didn't text him at all after that. But he added me on Snap, and he sends me a snap of, like, this place in New Zealand, and I was like, oh my god, I went there, it's so pretty. I said, oh my god, I love New Zealand, it's so pretty. And he says, thank you. And I'm like, I was like, what? Like,
You're not New Zealand.
Right?
You're in New Zealand. You're not New Zealand.
That's what I said. I was like, well, I was complimenting New Zealand, and he's like, well, my friends call me New Zealand, and I was like, you're gonna I wish I saved it.
What the heck is that? My friends call me New
I was like,
Zealand.
no, they don't. Shut up.
Oh my god.
He's done the
Crazy.
craziest shit.
Yo, but that just hurt. I need more links to the cringiness.
join my car with me. Yeah, this game actually got me shameable. Like I hate talking to people. Come on, never like put my mic on. Okay, join me. Join me. Okay, I'm gonna turn my thing on. Are you on? Are you in? I'm on. Is your mic on? You're not with me, bro. Yeah, my mic is on. Where are you? I can't hear anything. Where are you? It was good, Cole. It was good.
You shut up. Shut up. Where are you? Oh, I see you.
It was good, Cole. Bro, I can
Why are you echoing?
Can you please wait? Don't come near me. Yeah. Why does this guy trying to sound so gangster? Shut up. Is this my car?
Do you want me from the back?
Shut up. You ain't cool. Gang.
Sorry.
Like normal seats.
No, I think it's a really table.
Red one.
Pecar from the
area, like what kind of
just
casually out of nowhere, just like.
Do you want to be out?
Do you want some?
I'm not active, but
I've never spent it.
I'm not going to talk to echoing too much.
Let me talk. So first he used to text me on WhatsApp. And he would always try and get me.
Oh, look at that cute little luncher. Oh, she a baddie.
You want a face? Okay, let me find it.
Oh, never mind. She a baddie though.
But is he good? No. If he was, it would be different, but he's not. Oh, he thinks he's so cool because of his.
Look at me, I'm doing it.
Did I seriously not say this?
Oh my god,
That's him with the foot.
This is Pecar from the area.
With the foot.
Oh, there's like cat.
Sorry, Bertha can hate with that. Like, I'm from the ghetto.
No, why he deleted all of them?
Why does he sound like that?
Why do you sound like you're like in the shower? Like,
Either. I'll find a picture of this kid. Hang on. He deleted everything.
This is what he's trying to talk like. He's like,
That was Sunday yesterday. He was on a train yesterday, and he saw me, and like I could tell the song was like, but I didn't want to look at it. And I saw him leave. Of course, it was a kid.
I can't hear something.
It was my
May,
we have something to show you. May, this is who you are. This is you. This is you. Define you.
I'm not so creepy. I wasn't facing him. And I have my hands on. So I'm walking to you.
Hey, dog.
You know his birthday? Only if it's the same day as my birthday. And that's him. That's him from he goes to
I'm
Ireland.
taking a pineapple.
Albert, where you at?
I'm near the donuts.
Yeah, he is bad looking. From the face. You haven't seen the face. I'll save one. I'll show you.
Oh my god, why is the head go back?
Anyway,
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, dog. Hi, dog. Take it from the bench.
Having a crush for Chi is crazy to you.
I bet someone will burn for 2 years.
No, but you didn't do anything about it. I said no. Twice.
The longest crush I've had is 2 months.
And this is my
Is the longest I've had.
Actually, not this one. No, this one's sister. At first, I thought he was going to be my phone. I was like, actually, like, no. I was just Whoa. You can read through.
Pecar from the area.
No, first and shut up. First and second, and then I saw his actual face. I was like, maybe. So much muscle mass.
How do you ever get to
It's like his shoulders. His muscle had muscle.
that.
So much muscle.
I'm trying to take it from the back, baby.
I saw the hair.
Wow. You trying to take it from the back.
This is so random. Like,
Wesley! Ugly.
Yours is so ugly. I know what I mean.
If you want a rich private snob, at least go for Melbourne. Go Scotch.
You're so big, I don't even have to bend. Don't even have to bend. Gok, gok.
Some Scotch. Some Scotch.
I have feelings.
She accepted it. It's so ugly. It's so ugly.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Wait.
Gok, gok. Gok, gok. Don't even have to bend.
Someone like that.
That was like a whole year later.
Oh, nice.
Wait,
How do I do it? Shut up.
Some of them are
I don't even have to bend. Come back. Come back.
all of them isn't Melbourne.
Yeah, because both of his parents have met.
And it got annoying because we became kind of his best friends, so he was his next
Oh, it depends. If it's less than a year,
Baby, come back. I know. Baby.
So many of my friends are like, I can't even marry him.
We'll buy you both whenever you want. I'll always let you buy you Yeah, I agree.
If I get a monthly fee.
Dead half server.
Do you guys want my sandwich?
How old are the yellow ones?
What the hell?
She asked me about my parents.
You need to join like a...
Why?
I want to find some
The girl is getting, I thought she was.
I really found a really cute guy. And she's showing his best. It's actually cute.
It's your birthday. It's not my birthday.
You joined the label. I actually got in. Oh, wait.
That's fine, guys. We all try and then we fail sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, and then he's
When I went to Melbourne Grammar,
She was
some people we were in groups, right? I had two Melbourne Grammar. Two Melbourne Grammar guys.
Why would you say that?
There was this really like
Ew.
it was a year
What
like
do you mean?
Exactly.
It's like
awkward.
It's not. It's the same sentence. What the fuck you got again?
Oh my god.
We have to go.
I said
Order
super
a new
ugly.
profile picture
And then
for
there was
Rob
also
tomorrow by 9
one guy called Ocean.
I just got a
His name was
boy.
Ocean.
Yeah.
His name was Pecar.
Kingsman College, right, for this math thing. And I was with this guy called Ocean. Asian.
Oh, I know. You know
Ocean.
I know.
He plays an instrument.
His name is Asian.
My friend was
like the same day. Under 8. Women. Women, their rules can be confusing. If they rate above an 8, yes. Perfect. 6 to 8. There's some straight, but like it's ambiguous. Everything else. Oh, the dude. Wait, why don't I try to take it? It's a dude. Try to take it. It's actually surprising. Wait, that one is surprising. Try to take it. Wait, what are you rating? You're going to this one. What are you rating him out of 10? What? Who? Ryan. Who? Which? Oh. So let's. I'm not going to tell you my original one. This is when I call my dad. Okay, no. I'm not. No, I'm not going to get this.
Oh no! We got left behind!
Don't think you like me.
Okay, let's go. We got
And the sauce.
Okay, let's take it from the bag, Ryan. Let me name you something honest. Is anyone actually like party? Oh, Ken Costume. Yeah, you like Ken Costume. Someone just kissed you. Oh, okay, wait, who do you like then?
Oh.
Like Cardi B. Are you a dreadhead? Oh. Okay, you're catfishing then.
Wow.
He a nonchalant dreadhead. Are you a nonchalant dreadhead, Raybell?
Not yet. Okay, what about, actually, I don't think we should do the way of Christian.
Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria? Oh, yum, dilly. Oh, shit.
10 things of
Yo,
sister.
give me some of that.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, smart.
Okay,
So why you catfishing?
Why
Why you catfishing? Like, this is what I look like in real life.
Look, we were talking
I can confirm that you don't look like that in real life. Yeah, that's why she has no brain cells.
Yeah, I did, yeah. I don't have hair either. I was a cancer victim.
Every time. Oh my god.
It's just giving. I wear like wigs, so I look normal.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, the big camera.
Yeah, she is. I'm like right across from her right now.
How long have you left me? I want to like know now.
Why quiet, Isha?
Should I tell you the truth or not?
Yeah, she doesn't draw. I can see her. I can see
Oh.
how yummy diddly.
Maybe
See the one
maybe
off,
the
right?
stop
First
Yeah,
sight,
it's just popping
then it
out.
gradually
It's popping out.
increased. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I would
Oh,
Say that.
maybe you
Oh.
found your true love.
Hey, babe, are you trying to take it from the back?
Maybe.
Love.
Hell.
You're trying to take it from the back?
And then just casually
You're
Don't
trying
you gotta be over like a certain age limit to have like white shirt?
Oh my gosh.
You're trying to take it from the back, Rainbow?
And then
Wait, this girl's a baddie. Look at her. I see top of her avatar. She's really
You guys are doing so much better.
I got dry off.
Oh my
Do you
god.
perform every day? I was like, no, I'm just
Oh my god, Asian ego. I didn't know.
You're an Asian ego, so
I'm an Asian. I'm an Asian.
I'm a curry. Do you like curries?
Just realized just have to be nice. Cool.
I'm a curry, Rainbow.
I'm a ching chong. She's a curry muncher.
Do you like curries? Yeah, I'm a curry.
What?
That's why I'm brown. Why did he?
I feel like everything
We need a bad fucking Nigerians from the United States. I mean, it's
What
a
are you
learning
then?
curve, I guess.
Learning curve is crazy.
I heard he finds peace in his life.
Oh my god.
I hope he does.
He's
They're
not edgy.
Bro, what do you mean you're not light
Bro,
skinned?
I
You
hope
say you're black and white.
Wait. What if it is?
You're literally the same color as me. Ban yourself.
I'll take it.
In between, is that not?
I want to find like an
old.
old, really about to die. Wait, what did you say?
What's your ethnicity?
and just be nice to him, and then it'll put him in a lonely man, and just be nice to him. I don't know what's happening with you. Just like come in, make him some coffee. He'll put me in the door.
It's really basic. I love to.
Yeah, because this is my skin tone. I'm tan. Because I'm
Like
red.
two various different.
Someone really good.
Opens the door for you.
I can't hear
No,
because
no.
Sarah's being ching chong.
Bro, what?
Will you see
That
China?
was racist. I want to catch you right now.
Yeah, but then it's really good.
Like golden retriever.
Yeah.
I have donuts. I have donuts.
Like,
I have donuts
is
on my
all great
chest.
as well. I can't explain it. It's
Are
great.
you like a
It's pretty hard. It's pretty high standards, but
Like you want to be
I'm sure you'll find one.
I did find
I got banned from it.
Someone jammed it. You must speak Spanish and something
I really turned up voice chat because you use language.
Is it good with the bad?
Are you a weird?
Right.
Like with
But
birds.
it is a lot more bad.
You have to find someone that you can't really identify any bads with. I've done it.
Impossible.
I've done it with birds. I can't find any single thing that's bad with them.
Yeah, she got banned. She got banned because she was cussing at you.
Shut up! I got his number like 2 weeks ago, and
Oh yeah, she asked him.
I did.
Oh my god! Okay, now you gotta wait for him to make it. Actually, don't do the physical test.
Do you want to go to the expo now? Oh my god, he just kissed you. The light skin.
He sent me this random thing. I never seen
The dreadhead.
Wait, I have an idea. How do we
Bro, I have to go to crochet
How
club.
to actually pull girls? How to actually pull girls?
I need a crochet club, you know?
Alright.
Last one, we got
What's your ethnicity?
You want to go to take care of my stuff.
You can go for a little bit.
I've already seen everything.
Wait, Isha, do you want to talk to me from here? We can hear you. I think we talk to you.
Hey.
Wait, let me get
Just
my
like extra
AirPods.
AirPods.
Like this, yeah.
Yeah, we're in school right now.
Pictures of it.
Hey.
And then we're like,
And that's
Yeah, we're in school.
Actually, spelling.
We're 20-year-olds. We got held back.
Like, why is it?
Yeah, we're in school right now.
Can you stand still so I can mom one?
How to actually?
Make the move. Make the move. No one's stopping you.
Actually, I want. Does he first?
To kill yourself.
Bro, you got me banned!
How?
I didn't even say anything. I didn't even say anything.
Okay, let's go to Expo now.
I want to friend this
I
guy.
friend him there.
What is it?
Oh, how to approach women? Wait.
That's crazy. Can't believe you got me banned, bro.
I didn't say anything. I literally said, like,
every time I change my
Why is it so like you want to die? Like, obviously, it's
like,
it's funny.
but like you can ignore it.
Yeah, literally.
Anyways, so that was that. Even though the guy actually wants. I don't really do anything about it. I got
I feel like cadets like you build this.
or the cadet programs for all my friends that come out of but it's so cute because like
How to pull as an ugly guy. Ugly guy with zero personality. With how to pull as an ugly guy singing. How to pull
Right now,
ugly. Wait, how to pull as an ugly.
Okay, let's go to the actually. Movie unbanned. Let's go. That's crazy, bro. No, we should play Roblox later and join Minecraft. Why?
Bye-bye.
Great job, team. Well done.
That did not work out. What's your deadline? Okay, so yeah, you have to redo everything. That was L2 this time. Oh, this is. Do you want to go or do you want to? This time? Oh, these crowded. It's like so basically, we met him at City School and he started talking to his and then it's so funny. And Danya was talking to his friend, and all the messages are in Danya's computer. Like basically, it's like. And then we started texting each other like the messages from Danya's computer, and it was really funny. Wait, I don't even remember. Oh, wait, that's weird. We never talked on Insta. Oh, we did. Okay, so we started talking on Snap. We use Snap a lot more than Insta. I didn't even realize we talked on Insta.
God.
This is not even anything. Like, if I don't remember this, I think I talked a lot with Snap.
Monica. How do you know? How are you not dating him?
You guys? It's Snap. Yes. Also, I think I started with the other guys. And wait, you don't know about Joey. Okay, so basically, I started with the messages will be deleted because it's been 24 hours. So basically, oh no, it's deleted. So basically, after I first week, I started with the other guys, and then I started with this one guy, and then apparently he's a friends with each other. Which one is everyone? Every single one. All the guys I've talked to, I swear they somehow know him, bro. It's so scary.
It's so annoying because my family friend Josh, literally every guy that I ever even like talk to, somehow they're like his best friend. Like, like can you like I met this guy at SLC and like we became like not really close. We used to talk like a lot, and I had like a delusion over him like 5 days. And like somehow he's the actual best friend and the actual close, and his name is also Yash. Okay. And then this guy I met at social, completely unrelated to Yash, is his best friend. It's his best friend. He's the guy that sent me a paragraph before on Snap, and like we talk a lot. I don't like. He's like a really good personality. He's okay looking. I don't know if I like him, and I'm pretty sure I think he likes me because he actually like made an edit of it and sent it to me. I don't want to like him. He's a good personality. He's nice.
Oh, so bad.
Anyway, yeah. So he knew Jinwei, and then.
And he started like and he was like, well, what's your type? And I said you first, and he was like, brown girl who plays basketball. So obviously they were talked because he didn't know how this stuff. Like I didn't tell him. He was like this secret about it that I never told him.
So obviously he's.
Yeah. And I swear, and then I asked him about it, and he's like, yeah, but we're not that close. I just know him as an employee. But the thing is, do you know how many people I've asked if they know this guy, and they're like, oh yeah, I know he exists, but we don't really talk about it. So we don't know him. We're not like that. It pisses me off because I've never got a picture of another NHS guy again. Because I swear they all know him. Or he knows all of them.
Like everyone knows everyone.
I know.
It's the same here though. Like everyone kind of knows. We're not as much.
I definitely didn't take like 4 weeks to memorize everyone's name in the class.
Same. try and believe that for half a second.
That's his like side. I'm like leaning up to him. He does not look like that. He's a catfish. The bro is literally a catfish. I'll see if I can find a photo. Okay, like in real life. That's it. Yeah, definitely not.
It's like 7 hours.
I'm not finding a photo. Around when he wakes up 5 a.m. he goes to the gym and works out. No. Imagine having all this determination.
I quit the gym.
I never went to the gym in the first place.
No, last year I was such a gym rat. It was actually so cute though. I loved it so much.
I love it.
The gym outfits, the like the lifting. I really want to go back to the gym, but I don't.
That's so sad. I feel like that's like such a vibe. Like it's a whole new self.
The gym was
I should like his friend. The amount of time I've had to like scroll and find it.
just like favorite it or add it to an album or something.
I'll make it an album.
What was that burn book or something that Ishani was saying? What was that?
That's all the guys who are talking to you. Oh, it's funny. Oh, they're right there. Wait. I'll just come back because I'm pretty sure Jess is alone. Because they're going to French club or something. Wait, guys.
RMIT. Yeah.
like 5 different magazines as well. It's just a name. Wait, show me the Instagram. I mean, those are all pictures that are on the web. Like, I could see them. I love how the dude there was just covered up. It's so sad. So sad. It seems like such a mistake.
Yeah, he's the one that did it.
Because it is him, he knew. Oh, that's his brother. That's his brother. That's his brother.
Why is the entire place so quiet?
That's his brother.
Who's he?
Does he look Reese Blackshaw.
He's kind of hot.
He's 7.
Never mind, he's ugly guy. Ew, what the fuck? I'm so sorry I left, by the way. I came back to find you, but you weren't there.
I went to the expo.
Where's my SpongeBob? Anyways, please ignore my hair.
This is a nice space.
Antenna.
More of a modern part of the school, is it?
Did you find
Yes, it is. Because it really quick. So what? Half of those and like they build their own games, but the other ones like what?
Exactly.
Guys, stop being
Exactly.
You don't.
After school. I'm going to take a bus.
But I found his brother, so.
Hello.
Yeah, he'll become a creep.
Don't do it. You shouldn't know anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, sort of. Like, he's taller than him.
Yeah.
And, like, sort of, like, doesn't even know, right? He is French. He's, like, half French to him. Reese, yeah, Reese Blackshaw. The amount of times both called him a badass, like, I swear.
Oh, wait, let me see.
No.
Oh, well, you have.
Wait, no, he is.
But that's a quick one.
That's him. Yeah. Oh, no, that's him. Miley.
They're really good.
Oh my, I just know. Okay. You have to hear, right?
You can check his number.
He was like, no, that's his brother. I just mistaken. Okay. So they do look at it. I love this FBI area. It's crazy.
One, two.
You know the amount of time we've done this? It's just like an everyday.
Oh, because I saw you in the photo. I was like, she looks familiar.
Should be knowing more about
That's actually wrong. Just needs a little bit.
I'll go check with
And I thought about how much. You got this and I got this. Well, look, we did the same thing. What, she wanted what I wanted. I even went faster with her. Yeah, I feel like. Wait. And yeah, she still wanted that better. You know, RMIT just showed how you're not. And that's what but then I thought, wait, so you won nothing? No, I won this. Oh. I won this. Yeah, no, I can see that. We all know it's going to be a bit of she's the reason why this has
That's your second screen. Lights off. House lights off. Yeah, but it will be dark.
All right, you guys.
Probably a bit too dark. Yeah, that's fine.
And mine was here, so like the arrow pointed here. So basically I was like, no way.
Yeah, because the problem is, yeah, the project will be great, but then
I was about to draw another piece. So you just like make sure that we have it. And even I want
Hey, thank you guys for coming back, and hopefully you enjoyed the expo because there were some really exciting things happening. Now I'd like to invite Arushi and Ria to introduce our next speaker. Please make them feel welcome.
Finally, our last speaker will present the keynote and running an interactive workshop on Adobe and Character Animator. You will need your laptops for this workshop.
So our final guest is a senior education specialist from Adobe and also a best-selling author for his book, The Best Way to Learn is to Make. So please join us in welcoming Dr. Tim Kitchen.
thank you. Oh, goodness, so good to be here. Hands up if you were at the expo earlier.
How cool is that? It's amazing. And where are our committee people? Hands up, stand up if you're a committee person for this. Stand up, all the committee people. Give them a big round of applause. They've been emailing me with so many instructions and it's so organised. I feel like this is one of the most organised events I've ever spoken at because you've been so good. Just wonderful, you can sit down.
Thank you.
So well done. All right, folks, I'll get you to put your laptop screens down or at 45 degrees if that's easier for you so that you're focused up here for a little while. Then we'll jump onto the laptops in a minute because we're going to make this as hands-on, practical, but also as a little bit of a message I want to share with you as well. Now, the first thing I want to show you, I was in San Francisco just 2 weeks ago. Oh my goodness, things have changed in San Francisco. My wife would hate you to know this, I'm showing her on this screen, so don't tell her. She's sitting in the front of a car that we ordered. And then I'm sitting in the back of the car and we're about to head off to the airport. And so watch what happens here as we start to drive. Watch carefully. Any second now we're going to start moving. Off we go. Yes, I could not believe it. As soon as we arrived in San Francisco and as soon as we got into the CBD area, these white Jaguars were just everywhere. They were just coming past. I was looking, there was no driver. Some of them had no passengers either. They were searching for their next passenger trip. It's driverless technology. It is existing now in San Francisco, in Phoenix, Arizona, just starting in LA. They finished their trial. They're literally about to start doing their proper things. Look, we're just turning out. We just stopped at lights earlier. It's just incredible to see the way AI is changing all sorts of industries. It's changing the way we work. It's changing the way we travel. It's incredible. There's no stopping it. It's just everywhere. Apparently in China, they've been doing it even earlier than America too. And I heard recently that there were some stats that out of the last 3,000 car incidents in San Francisco, 3,000, only 3 of them involved these cars. Now these are called the Waymo. Hands up if you've heard of them before. Good, because I hadn't. There I was in San Francisco, I had not heard of them before. It just blew me away what was available. On the very first day we got there though, we were in a hop-on, hop-off bus. You know, those that go around, like we were being very good tourists. We were right at the front. And all of a sudden there was a band playing on the corner, doing some busking, and suddenly they stopped halfway through a song. We couldn't work out why they stopped, and then we realised what was happening. This Waymo, let's see if I can get this pointer where this is my new clicker. Is that going to, there we go, can you see? This Waymo had suddenly come across into the wrong side of the road. And we all had to stop. The bus had stopped, the car had stopped, and look at these people here, they're all stopped as well. The band stopped and grabbed their cameras and they started filming because they couldn't believe it. So I thought, oh, they're filming, I'm filming too. So I kept filming and literally we all had to wait and stop while the Waymo went through into this road, but it literally held us all up on the wrong side. Amazing. Like, it's great technology, but it's not perfect, obviously, at the moment. But everyone thought it was quite a novel thing. They weren't frustrated by it. They thought it was quite interesting. I guess that's the nature of San Francisco, being at the top of the Silicon Valley. Does anyone know where the bottom of the Silicon Valley is? It goes from San Francisco down to another, not a major city, but another big city in California. This is where all this technology has been developing for my lifetime and well, basically for my lifetime. So in the last 50 to 60 years, all this technology has been developing out of that part of the world. Does anyone know? Have you heard of a song, Do You Know the Way to, an old song, does that help? Do you know the way to San Jose? No? No? Okay, there you go. All right, look it up. It was a good song years ago, trust me. And San Jose is at the bottom of the Silicon Valley. Now, I took my wife on a train because I had to present an event, had to run an event for a whole lot of school teachers that we brought in from all over the world. We brought them into San Jose. That's where the Adobe head office is. And we took a train from San Francisco down to San Jose and we went past all these really famous places like Palo Alto, where Stanford University is. It was just amazing. Mountain View, Cupertino. What's famous for Cupertino? Does anyone know what's famous for that particular town? Have you heard of a small IT company called Apple? The world headquarters of Apple. We just went past it on the train. It was like incredible to see. Google have their headquarters in that part of the world as well. It was like going from one major IT company to the other. And then our final destination was San Jose. We got out of the train and there in front of us, about, I don't know, maybe half a kilometre away, but huge, we could see it, were the 4 towers of the Adobe World Headquarters, which I'd been to before, but my wife had never been to it, so it was really fun. And I sort of showed her all about it, and she thought it was actually she didn't care much for it, to be honest. I gotta be honest with you, she was happy just to stay in the hotel. Let's do a tour of the Adobe office. No, thanks. I'm happy to stay in the hotel. That's okay, I had 72 other teachers that I could look after, which was fun. What happened on the 30th of November, 2022? What happened? Something very significant happened on the 30th of November. No one has a wild guess? There's a little bit of murmuring going on. Do you want to have a guess?
Was it the Adobe's?
Nothing to do with Adobe.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a little bit more, think more generally. It's IT related. Pretty major thing happened that day.
IT outage, maybe?
No.
Did like AI launch or something?
Ooh, you're getting close. You're getting very close. You're almost spot on. In fact, a lot of people would think AI started on that date. Not true, but you're very, very close. Yep.
Is it something to do with OpenAI?
Yes. What happened?
Did they make it public?
Yeah. What did they make public? ChatGPT was launched on that day, and suddenly the world all changed. OpenAI has launched its large language model-based chatbot called ChatGPT. None of us, or hardly any of us, had even heard of OpenAI or ChatGPT up until that date. Suddenly, everybody was talking about it. And from that date, November the 30th, through to the end of that year, my goodness, everyone had the app and they just started playing with it. And it was pretty amazing, wasn't it? Do you remember it? This is like very recent. This is very much in your lifetime. The world changed. Do you know when I was your age, the world changed as well? I can't remember the exact day, but I know the year. It was around about 1992. That's when I was a bit older than you then. But in that time, I remember it very clearly. Something else amazing happened. Any idea what that was? Any ideas?
First phone or computer?
Well, the computer had been around for a while before the early 90s.
Was it the first browser, Mosaic browser?
Pretty much, yeah. It was all about the internet. The internet suddenly became available to people, and it started to get into people's homes. The internet was around before then, but only universities and big like military organisations and major companies were using it to connect and communicate. I still remember the very first time I saw the internet. I was in year 10, so this is 1984. So it's been around for a long time. I was in year 10 in 1984, and my best friend's brother was working as a physics student at the University of Melbourne, and his best friend was working as a linguistics student at the University of Melbourne, and the physics department was connecting with the linguistics department through email for the first time. It was like, wow. And then I was at my best friend's home, and the brother said, "Come and have a look at this, Tim." I came and had a look, and it was someone at the University of Melbourne sending a message to his home in Templestowe. Oh my goodness! It was just blew me away that could actually just happen. We had telegrams back then and things like that, but to see it all happening through what was it called? Something called the World Wide Web, the internet. And so when I was your age, that was all just starting to happen. And then when I became a school teacher, which was in the early 1990s, the internet started to get into schools and homes, and it then really started to take off. But nowhere near as quick as this. It took from 1984 to probably 2010, I reckon, before the internet became well established in schools and businesses. That's a long time to wait. But this, my goodness, in a couple of months, the whole world was using ChatGPT. However, it wasn't the beginning of Gen AI. AI had been around for a long time. Gen AI, we thought it just started then, but no. It had been around for about 10 years earlier. Have a look at all the different companies that were using some form of Gen AI by then. OpenAI was just one of many, but because they made it free and public for everyone to use, suddenly it revolutionised all sorts of things. I had the great pleasure of meeting, who's ever heard of the Khan Academy? Yeah, some of you were at Edutech this week, and we had a great opportunity to meet Saul Khan, the founder of the Khan Academy. So he was in Melbourne this week for a big conference, the Edutech conference. Now, he shared with us during his keynote presentation that he was in collaboration with OpenAI. He knew about all this way before we did, before the 30th of November, because he was in collaboration with them to start setting up Khan Academy to be a Gen AI product. So instead of having videos, you know how the Khan Academy works, you search for it, you get also support in maths and other subjects too. Can you imagine doing all that just with Gen AI? Just typing in what subjects you want help with, what age you are, what content you're going to. Just type in that information, and then all of a sudden you get the Gen AI to come in and be your support. And the Gen AI will help support you through different aspects of mathematics, of science, of geography, not giving you all the answers, guiding you through the education process. It's incredible. And that was all being invented, and then all of a sudden the 30th of November happened, and we all found out about it, and Sal Khan talked about, oh my goodness, it's all going to crash now. All the work they've been doing had suddenly become public and available, and keeping really secrets about it. But now we know that it has changed the landscape of the world. AI has been around for quite a while though. This is my grandmother, whose birthday it is tomorrow. If she was still around, she would be 104 tomorrow. That's her there. In her farm in Brunswick. Think about that. In her paddock in Brunswick. Her father was the milkman for Brunswick. And they used to have a horse and a buggy to carry the milk to all the houses around Nicholson Street, Brunswick, and around. Who lives in that part of Melbourne? Anybody? In Brunswick, yeah. So you kind of, Nicholson Street. And so back in 1920, and those old alleyways that are still there behind all the houses, this horse and cart would go through there and deliver all the milk. That was his job. Now, when I told my grandmother when she was about 95 about AI, and I said one day there's going to be driverless cars, and she looked at me, and I was expecting her to be absolutely shocked. And she said, Tim, we've had that technology since 1920. So what do you mean? This is Dolly. All Nan would say was, Dolly, head to the city. And Dolly would go to the city. Dolly, just go to Auntie Martha's house. And Dolly would go to Auntie Martha's house. AI. We've had it for a long time. In fact, there's records of ancient Greek doing things. If you think about the definition of AI, it's about getting technology to do something that humans would normally do. Trying to make things a bit easier for humans in a sense. That's exactly what it is. And we just got a little bit better at it. Can we turn the lights off for this? Is that possible? Because I want to show you this clip to show you how Adobe, the company I'm working for now, has been using AI since 2016. As soon as the lights off, I'll play the video. 3, 2, 1. Oh. I might just pause it and see if we can get really good audio through the HDMI. Let me just test that. Put volume up very quick. Let's see if this is any better. different things. Now that's an old video. We've had so many more developments since that video came out. I'm going to give you a taste of some of them in a minute. I would like to give you a prize though. Who's going to be able to tell me who can actually name 4 of these applications? We're going to hand up the bag. Could you come out to the front for us? And come out. Give her a round of applause. Make her feel good. And what's your name?
I'm Doris.
Doris. Doris.
Doris.
Beautiful name, Doris. All right, Doris, you need to point to one of these apps and tell us what it is and what it does. You're going to do that 4 times. What's the first one you're going to point at?
Adobe Animator. No, that's Illustrator.
This one here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Adobe Illustrator. What does it do?
That's for like the vector.
Yeah. What's a vector diagram as opposed to the other alternative, the Rastus or the bitmap alternative? What's the difference there?
I think vector was like using like mathematical something. Like for example, if you took a raster drawing, which is also a vector, you zoomed in, you can see like pixels.
Yeah.
But if you took a vector drawing, you zoomed in, it'd be like smooth.
Yeah. Why? You're absolutely right. You explained it better than I could explain it. That's just amazing. It's made up of mathematical algorithms which change as you scale.
Yeah.
So you know what it's like when you take a photo with your iPhone and you make it really, really big, it gets all pixelated and blown out. But with a vector diagram, the mathematical algorithm changes as you scale up and down, and therefore it stays perfect. Which is why graphic designers love Adobe Illustrator, because you can start small, just start with your iPad, and then turn it into this huge poster that's covering the whole building because it's all based on vectors. Nice work. That's 1. You've got 3 to go.
Adobe Acrobat.
Acrobat, this one here. Oops, make sure we get the right. There we go. And what does Acrobat do?
I use it for like looking at PDFs and stuff.
Do you know that's how Adobe got started as a company?
What?
There was these 2 guys, one named John, one named Chuck. They were working for a company in Silicon Valley called Xerox. Who's heard of a company called Xerox? What are they famous for? Photocopying. Yeah, Xerox. In fact, in America, they don't call it photocopying. They call it Xeroxing. It's like they don't call vacuum cleaning in America. They call it what? Hoovering. Hoovering. Not that it wasn't around back then. Americans are funny people. Are any Americans here? God, I don't know if I'm offending you. We're recording this. I'll be very, very. But they used to call and they still call photocopying today Xeroxing, even though Xerox is only one small part of it. Now, John and Chuck worked for Xerox, and they invented a new programming language called PostScript, which they thought was pretty cool, because they thought this thing called PostScript could actually revolutionize the document industry. So they took it to Xerox, and they said, this is going to revolutionize the document industry. And the guys at Xerox said, if that happens, people may not photocopy as much in the future. So they said to John and Chuck, no, we're not going to encourage that, sorry. And so John and Chuck decided to leave Xerox and start their own company. I picked up a car while I was in San Francisco, and I drove from a place called Half Moon Bay right through to Yosemite National Park. It's a 4-hour drive. On that way, I drove over a creek, and I said to my wife, we're about to drive over the Adobe Creek, because John named the company after that creek. His house was on that creek. That's how we got started. And I said to my wife, she was sitting in the back, and I was really nervous because I've never driven on the wrong side of the road before. It was a bit crazy. And I said, we're about to drive over the Adobe Creek. And she looked at me and just rolled her eyes. Wasn't interested. What? Anyway, that's probably just me. But anyway, so they needed some funding. They needed some money. And I'm going to give a prize, another prize. In fact, this is a special prize. It's like 8 stickers in one. Yeah, pretty cool. If someone here can name the individual who gave John and Chuck $26 million so that they could have access to PostScript for their company. This is back in 1981, when I was a little bit younger than you girls. A long time ago. Who could afford to give John and Chuck... Yes?
It's just a guess. Bill Gates.
Not Bill Gates. So close. Think the yep. Steve Jobs, give a round of applause! Well done! Oh my goodness. Steve Jobs famous for? Starting Apple. We're getting back to an Apple thing. So the beginnings of Apple are kind of like the beginnings of Adobe too. And it's all thanks to this product here called Acrobat, because that's the language of Acrobat is PostScript. And it revolutionized the document. And what Steve Jobs did was he was able to then connect his Macintosh computer with a laser printer, which had just been invented. But there was no way of connecting a personal computer to a laser until PostScript came about. And so that's how Apple became really big and how Adobe got started. Right, you're halfway there.
Adobe Fresco.
Which one's Fresco? Have you used it before?
I've tried it.
What does it do?
It's like a drawing app.
Yeah. And have you used it on an iPad or on a touchscreen Windows?
iPad.
iPad, yeah. It's really good with an iPad and Apple Pencil, but it does work with a touch screen on like a Surface Pro with a stylus like this. So it does work beautifully. What's it do? It's a drawing tool. Yeah, so it draws in vectors, but it also draws in rasters. It draws with all sorts of like oil paint, so it does painting and drawing. It's really cool. Who's heard of Procreate? Yeah, so this is Adobe's version of Procreate, but this is free. Worth considering that Procreate, not so free. But you know, this is a really amazing tool. You are nearly there. One more to go.
Adobe Creative Cloud.
Which, point to it. So this one here. So it's not actually an app, is it? It's more of a resource. What does it do?
It's like lets you access all the other apps.
Yeah. It also gives you access to a whole lot of tutorials on every individual app and lots of other information about each of the apps. That's 4. Give her a round of applause. As well done. And because you did such a good job, you're getting a sticker as well as the stylus. So give her another round of applause. Well done. Hey, let's just have a quick look at the Creative Cloud because you've all got access to it. You are so lucky. Because you come to a school that is run by the Victorian Department of Education, they've purchased all these apps for you. You get them all for free while you're at this school. When you go to university, if you do go to RMIT, you'll also continue to get them for free at this stage because they're what's called an Adobe Creative Campus. If you decide to go to Swinburne, you'll get them all for free as well because that's also an Adobe Creative Campus. If you go to any other university in Victoria or in Melbourne, it depends on the faculty. Sometimes you might have to pay a little bit for them, sometimes you have to pay a lot for them, at a student discount, of course. So make the most of them while you're here at school. And when you go through, you can see all the main ones. And if you can't find the one you're looking for, there's these little categories. So we can have apps for photos, apps for Gen AI, apps for graphic design, for video. If I click on the video, which is kind of my favourites, we're going to be having a play with, I've got to try and zoom out again. I knew I shouldn't have zoomed. I need to get my mouse. It's going to be a little bit easier with the mouse. And see if you can hold that for me. Thank you. And see if we can unzoom that mouse working. Come on, mouse. Okay. Good, we're back. As we go into the video collection, look at this app here. Hands up if you've had a chance to download this one. Good. Those of you who have downloaded it, see if you can open it now, because we're going to have a little play with it in a second. While you're doing that, notice the little option over on the right-hand side next to all of these apps called Learn More. That's where you find the tutorials. So if you need any help to get started with any of the apps, if you click on Learn More, it's going to take you to what's called the Adobe Help Center, where you can find a whole range of short little tutorials and all sorts of extra support and help with all of the tools. And you can learn more about After Effects, you can learn more about Premiere Pro. It's much better doing that than going to YouTube and just doing a search how to use, because on YouTube you've got no quality control. But if you go through the Learn More process, what's called the Adobe Help Center, it's all quality and it updates and changes as the apps update and change too. which is very, very cool. All right, so now that we're loading up Character Animator, I'm looking for my first victim, my first volunteer. Who's going to be my first volunteer to come out to the front? What's your name?
Dira.
Dira, come on now. Give Dira a round of applause. You're doing that just because you want one of these styluses, don't you? Yeah, I can tell. And if you do a good job, not only are you going to get a stylus, you might get a sticker as well. So Dira, just stand here for the moment because I'm going to get things set up here. And hopefully we've got enough light. It should be fine. So this is Character Animator. No? Yeah, okay. Right, yeah, whatever's easier for everyone. So Dira, we're in what's called starter mode. When you first open up Character Animator, that's what you see, starter mode. And there's a bunch of characters here. Who was at the expo earlier and did a demo with me and we were a frog? Anyone were a frog? So we actually bypassed starter mode. We went straight into pro mode to do the frog sort of stuff. So we're going back a step here, Dira. I want you to come over now. You've got the trackpad or the mouse. With the trackpad, it's like 2 fingers to scroll up and down. Mouse, it's 1 finger. Can you select a character that you most identify with? I know, it's tough, isn't it?
I'll do the computer one, because this is IT.
The robot?
Yeah.
Good, okay. The robot's called Evans.
Evans.
Yeah. I'll call him Rob. His name's Evans. Now, notice that your face is instantly being tracked. And it's tracking well. I can see the little green marks on your face. If we don't see those green marks, we can go to the Calibrate button. By clicking Calibrate, and we get a much better calibration. Can you tilt your head left and right? Can you lift your eyebrows up and down? Can you do some blinking for us, Dira? And can you open your mouth and say ah for 3 seconds? Go. And go, it won't go ooh because robots only got a very simple mouth up and down, but if the characters have got a more complicated mouth, it not only tracks your mouth, it listens to the phonics. And it'll do like a proper shape based on the phonics, which is really cool.
I pick that angry one then.
That's okay, I'll stick with Evans. Now we're about to do a little recording, and notice that those people who did the demo with me were only tracking the face at the moment. We're not tracking the whole body. We'll get to that in a minute.
Tracks audio.
Yeah, it's tracking audio and your features on your face. See that blue button? When you click that, you'll get 3 seconds. And after 3 seconds, I want you to pretend to be Rob in your best robot voice. I want you to say, hello, Evans. I am Evans the robot. You can say Dira if you like. I'm Dira the robot, and I'm doing an Adobe workshop with Dr. Kitchen, and it's really cool. And then I want you to hit that blue button again. You got that? All right, everyone quiet. Dira's about to record.
Wait, what's the script?
Hi, I'm Dira the robot. You need to move.
Okay, right.
And I'm doing an Adobe workshop with Dr. Kitchen, and it's really cool.
Okay. Hello, I'm Dira the robot, and I'm doing an Adobe workshop with Dr. Kitchen, and it's definitely something.
Good, okay, so we've captured that. And I think you may have just jumped in a bit too early. Let's play it, let's just listen to it.
Hello,
Okay, you just got it, that's fine. So it's important to allow the full 3 seconds to run out and even wait a second before you start, but that's okay. Evans has got a few gestures that we can bring in as we hover over them. Can you select, let's see a good one to start with. Pretty average, aren't they? Just select anyone and drag it into the timeline. You might want to use the trackpad for that because you might run out of room to use. So that one's coming in there and we can adjust the length of it. Let's choose another one for the start of the story. Cool. And maybe let's bring in the music one at the very end. And that's it. And drag that down. All right. Now let's take the playhead back to the start.
Good.
And we'll hit the play button.
Hello, I'm Dira the robot, and I'm doing an Adobe workshop with Dr. Kitchen, and it's definitely something.
Give Dira a round of applause. That's that was great. So you can see how simple it is. Starter mode is designed to be really simple, but we can get more complicated. So what we could do, if we didn't want to get more complicated, if we're just happy with that, we could go ahead and change the background. We've got a whole lot of built-in backgrounds, and right down the bottom is an option to bring in your own background, which could be very helpful. And then we could go and export that just by going up to the share export button, and then we could export it as a MP4 video file. So it's done. There's your video. And think about, you're doing an English presentation and you've been asked to use PowerPoint. Do you know I started teaching PowerPoint to teachers in 1994? Jack, how old were you in 1994?
I was just born.
There you go. Gives you an idea. Is it Mike?
Chris.
Chris, sorry, Chris. How old were you in 1994? 12. Okay. PowerPoint's been around for a long, long time. And sure, it's a great product. But it's not the be-all and end-all of multimedia. I constantly meet teachers that say, oh yeah, I'm good at multimedia. I do it all the time because we use PowerPoint. What else do you use? Oh no, PowerPoint does everything. Well, it can do a lot. Anyway, so next time you're encouraged to use PowerPoint, and I love PowerPoint, no I don't really, but I sort of like PowerPoint. Think about adding something like an animation to your slides. Do a little video. Rather than you doing all the talking with the slides, get a character to do some of the talking for you. It's still you. I've met literally thousands of students who hate to be talking in front of people, who hate to even be in front of a camera. They would rather not have any marks for that part of the criteria of the assessment if it involved doing a presentation in front of people. And it's a real issue for a lot of people. But when you show them a little tool like this, and they get the puppet to do the talking for them, and they can do the whole recording in the comfort of their own bedroom, they suddenly get all the marks for that criteria, and suddenly a whole new world of communication opens up for those people, which is pretty cool. All right, Dira, let's go into a bit more complicated. We're going to jump out of starter, and we're going to jump into what's called pro mode. Are you excited?
Yes.
Are you really excited?
So excited.
Okay, good. All right, so we're in pro mode, and now suddenly look at all the bells and whistles. We could go through everything that was just recorded in starter mode. We can refine and retune and bring in other audio, and we've got all these different layers to play with. But I want to show you the full capacity here. I want to jump back home in pro mode, and hands up if you were a frog earlier today in the expo. Let's bring up the frog. So we're going to bring up the frog because the frog's really cool. I love the frog. The frog's called hopscotch. Now I'm going to get you to stand over there. Yeah. And we're going to stay there. That's fine. Good. All right. We're just making sure your whole body is in shot. Now stay really still, dear, because I'm about to calibrate you. It won't hurt much. Calibrating, just give it 5 seconds. Oh, calibrating? No, that'll take that one. Here we go. Now give it 5 seconds to calibrate. Okay, move your arms. Move your arms and tilt your head. Move your arms, tilt your head, and lift your eyebrows up and down. It's not quite. Here we go. Move your arms, tilt your head, lift your eyebrows up and down, and do some blinking. Move your arms, tilt your head, do your eyebrows, do some blinking, and do some squatting as well. And when I count to 3, I want you to jump in the air. Ready? 1, 2, 3, jump! Yeah, give her a round of applause. That's so cool. So now you've got whole body tracking, and we could record that. We could end up exporting with a transparent background, so we could then bring it into our PowerPoint. So maybe the background is the PowerPoint slide, and suddenly the character's coming in, referring to different parts of the PowerPoint slide. It's unlimited. It's really up to your imagination how you could use a tool like this to be more creative, to be more engaging. How much more fun is it for you to listen to a presentation that's got that type of animation into it? How much more fun is it for your teachers? Dira, I was a school teacher for 23 years. And I've been working at Adobe now, this is my 12th year. I do the maths. I've been involved in education for a long time. You're looking shocked. You're looking, I know what you're thinking. I don't look anywhere near that old, do I? Yeah, well, okay, don't answer that. That's fine. Yeah, good. And I know that the only time I started to drift off as a teacher, and if I had a whole bunch of teachers here, they'd probably agree with me, some of them, it was when students were doing their presentations. Oh, one boring presentation, and I had to sit through them all and mark them all. I was like, oh, if this technology was around when I was a teacher, it would have made my life so much more interesting. And I would have given you a much better mark because it would have kept me awake and engaged. And we have to engage our teachers as much as we engage ourselves. Remember that. If you want to get good results, engage your teachers, trust me. All right, Dira, I think you've done enough. Give her a round of applause. Well done. Dira, a special sticker and a stylus for you. Thank you for being so brave. Wonderful. So, hands up who's got Character Animator up and running. Give yourself a couple of minutes now to play, even if it's just in starter mode, just to get familiar with it. If you haven't got it, turn around to the people around you and see if you can have a bit of a play. Just have a bit of a break, just have a bit of time. All right, folks, going to interrupt you for a second. So put your screens at 45 degrees, or down if it's not going to disrupt what you're doing, because I don't want you to have your computer shut down accidentally. I'm looking for my next volunteer. Who's going to be my next volunteer? Yes, what's your name? Isha. Give Isha a round of applause if she comes forward. Isha, can you see this stylus? Can you see this sticker? Are you ready to earn it? Good. It's sitting there waiting for you. All right, Isha. Just going to, oh no, we'll keep it like this. If you come over here, and I'm still in pro mode, and we might need to kill the lights possibly to see the detail. And I just want you to watch what Isha does, and I'm going to give you time to have a go yourself. Some of you who are in the expo, you would have seen this already, so you've got a bit of a head start. Isha, do you know Photoshop? Are you really good at Photoshop? Not many people are good at Photoshop, and yet to create your own puppets, you used to have to be good at Photoshop, or for, not the big prize, but for a little Adobe Express sticker. What's the other app that you had to be good at to create puppets? You need to be able to, yes, at the back. Illustrator, good. Come on down, this is yours. It's sitting there waiting for you. So you have to be good at, yeah, give her an applause. You have to be good at Photoshop or Illustrator to be able to make puppets. You have to lay it in a particular order and give them a particular name. And you can just do a very basic puppet, or you can go to town and have these really complicated puppets. But Isha, I've got good news for you, because you're not that good at Photoshop. Are you really good at Illustrator?
No.
Okay, so this is really good for you. Can you jump up to, take the cursor or the mouse, whatever you're going to find easier, go up to the File drop-down menu, and go to where it says Open Puppet Maker. So we've built in a little widget, a little app within the app that will allow you to create a puppet. Now it's not as, nowhere near as complicated, but therefore there's limitations. So you have to start with a base model. So choose a base model for us, Isha. Go for it. So now you've chosen a base model, it's about to come up on the screen. Any second now, there we go. Now if we scroll down a little bit, Isha, we can start, change the eyebrows first. Okay, now go ahead and change the eyebrow colour. Now change the eyes. Now go ahead and change the nose, or add a nose. And so, there we go. Go and add them now. Well, let's scroll down a little bit more. Give it a different, slightly different head shape. You happy with that? Yep. We've got some skin colours. Didn't work with this, yeah, that's okay. We've got, there's different play modes. Yeah, see this, so it says 1, 2, 3, they're the key hits. So you could actually assign a key to be a certain gesture. So maybe just select a few of those and let's see what happens. We've got one. Maybe that's already just telling them what's going to happen. So just remember 1, 2, 3, and A, 5, D, whatever it is there. We'll do 1, 2, 3 to start with. All right, now that you've done that, let's scroll through to see the other options, and we'll hit the generate button at the top right hand corner. And Isha, come and stand over here. And I'll just need to calibrate you up. So just make sure Isha's there. I've got to be very careful not to get into shot because it's got some algorithms in the back end that pick up the best looking persons. Okay, so Isha, now that we're, I'm going to sort of calibrate, we'll give it 5 seconds. 4, 3. Okay, move your arms. There we go. And I want you to hold, open, go R for 3 seconds. Now go ooh for 3 seconds. You see how it's matching the shapes? Let's do a quick little recording. When I hit the record button, I think you'll get 5 seconds now. And I want you to move your arms, tilt your head and say, "Hi, it's Isha, and I'm doing an Adobe workshop with Dr. Kitchen and it's really cool." And you've got to move while you're doing that. We'll give it a try and see what it's like. 5 seconds, 4, 3.
Hi, I'm Isha and I'm doing an Adobe workshop with Dr. Kitchen and it's really cool.
And if we take the play head back, let's have a listen to it.
Hi, I'm Isha and I'm doing an Adobe workshop with Dr. Kitchen and it's really cool.
Nice work. All right, did you notice the audio quality is not that great because you're so far away from the microphone? So here's a little tip for you folks. You can record the audio separately. If you want a really good quality, you can record that on your phone, whatever tool you've got to record audio with. And then as long as you've got the file, you can import the file into here and it will do the lip syncing perfectly because it picks up the phonics of your sound. So that's really cool. You can get really good quality audio and really good quality video to get your animation working amazingly. Now we can export this with what's called the alpha channel. If we go to export video with alpha, there we go, with alpha via Adobe Media Encoder, it'll open up another app automatically. It'll end up giving you a character with a transparent background. So you can then bring it into your PowerPoint deck, or you can bring it into another video that you're creating. I've seen some students do this. They film themselves on a green screen, pretending to talk to the character. Say, "Hello Isha, how are you going?" And then Isha would have already pre-recorded herself. "I'm good, thank you, Dr. Kitchen, it's great to see you." And after that, "Oh good, so how's life going for you?" "I'm really good, I'm really excited about the Adobe." So all of that can be happening as a pre-recording, and so you could be talking to your character in real time. It's amazing, it's just like unlimited what you can do. You happy? reckon that's easier than using Photoshop or Illustrator? Yeah, I think so too. Give it a round of applause. Well done, yourself. All right. You've got 1 minute to play with Puppet Maker. Go, see if you can get it in Pro mode. Go into Pro mode, go to File and look for Puppet Maker. There it is there, Puppet Maker. Make sure you're in Pro mode, then Puppet Maker. You alright?
Oh, I have a really good PowerPoint.
No, I'm not a big fan of PowerPoint at all. Yeah, I think there are much more creative things you can do everywhere. But use it with PowerPoint. So if you're good at PowerPoint, use this extra technology to make it better. Interesting. Yeah. I'll be showing you an alternative to Google Slides in a few minutes. That is like they all have advantages.
Suits just happen with like the wires attached to it. Like you just have like the latex suits. Yeah, but like still, like you can do
About 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's fun, but I go with them every day, so I go with them every day, so it doesn't I have to tutor my brother.
With the professor.
Yeah. No, because I'm doing it with the curriculum, so it's not like it's like according to VIC 1135 on the narrative, on like the literacy thing for year 5, he needs to have a historical skills. Good enough.
If you need a math tutor for like,
You're not gonna get paid.
that's fine.
Okay.
Is there food at your house?
You can eat like raw rice or something.
No,
I'm sure
snack pasta. They're like crazy good. They're like crazy good.
it's not. You can eat snacks, but if you eat you're not gonna get invited. Because we don't like big bags. We don't support big bag foundations. We're not charitable like that.
Yeah, I can tell.
Alright girls, have your eyes up, put your screens at 45 degrees. Now we seem to be having a few internet issues, so I'm just going to give the internet a little bit of time to catch up, or it's starting to catch up now. Otherwise, I'm going to jump into my Photoshop session. We'll just give it a second. I'm just oh, that'd be great, would you? Alright. So while Chris is doing that, hands up if you've never ever used Photoshop before, ever. Wow, so almost a third of you have never used it before. So one of the things with Photoshop is it's a full-on professional tool. By the way, is it Diri?
Dira, yeah.
Dira, so you've got a camera behind you there, are you aware of that? Yeah, just be yeah, cool, just in case. It's live streaming somewhere. Just wave if you like. Good. So with Photoshop, it's our second most well-known application. Does anyone know what our most well-known application is? Yeah, Acrobat's our most well-known. This is where everyone's using the PDF. We invented the PDF through John and Chuck, and that's how we got started, as we talked about earlier. So I'm just opening up one of our newest applications here, which the teachers have, and they've had access to this for a number of years. Just about every student in Australia has access to this except for you, because the Victorian Department of Education started a privacy assessment review. Chris, I've got, oh, there you go, good. And they started it in March last year, so they switched it off while they were doing this review. Every month, well, for the first few days we were hassling them to see how long it's going to take. Now we're down to every month, and finally the reviews happened, and it got through last week. So you hopefully will get access to this. They think by September. So by September you'll get re-access to this incredible tool called Adobe Express, which is just amazing. I'll spend a bit more time on that later. But all my slides have been created with Adobe Express. And I'm just going into my folders. And what does this look like? What other applications does this look like?
Canva?
Yeah, it looks like Canva, because this is the original Canva. We were building this technology even before Canva existed as a company, but we never really marketed it. So no one really knew that we had this technology. And then Canva became huge, and we said, oh, okay, we need to lift our game. So we've spent millions of dollars trying to catch up to Canva. We finally did. Isn't that great that a small startup company out of Western Australia have made Adobe really have to push their game? I love that competition. It's so good. And now the great thing is that you have access to both worlds. There are some fundamental differences between Express and Canva. We might touch on some of those in a minute. But I don't want to put down Canva because I think it's a great tool. But there are some limitations with Canva, just like there are some limitations with Express. And I want you to be aware that you've got the access to both, or you will soon have access to both. So this is the slide side of Adobe Express, just like the slide side of Canva. And I want to just jump into some interesting information for you, which you may or may not find interesting. We'll see how we go. We went to the Big Day In presentation that I did in Melbourne earlier. So I shared some of this during the Big Day In. What you're about to see is some research from the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum is a group of political leaders, business leaders, scientific leaders who set policy frameworks for the whole world. One of the things they do every couple of years is they do an assessment as to what are the most important skills to thrive in the future. What are the most important skills to thrive in the future? Let's go back to 2016 from their study, the Future of Jobs report in 2016, the top 5 most important skills back then for the future, which then was 2020. So this is like a few years ago. 5th most important skill. 5th most important skill. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Okay, so that one's not going to work. Let's jump into the next one, which is 2019, looking for basically today. 5th most important skill, time management. Really important skill. 4th most important skill, adaptability. 3rd most important skill, collaboration, working with a team. 2nd most important skill, persuasion. And the number 1 most important skill that came out of this study, creativity. Now this isn't Adobe talking. This is the World Economic Forum talking. This is science leaders, political leaders saying how important creativity is based on their research. Let's go to the next study, which was 2020 for 2025. So this is very relevant for you. Where are you going to be in 2025? You're going to be either finishing school or you're going to be starting your university degrees or whatever you do after school. Fifth most important skill, creativity. Again, it's in the top 5. Fourth most important skill, critical thinking. Third most important skill, problem solving. Second most important skill, active listening. First most important skill, analytical thinking. And now the most recent study, which is probably even more relevant for you, this happened last year, for 2027, when you definitely are at either university or in the workplace. Fifth most important skill, curiosity. Fourth most important skill, self-awareness. Third most important skill, resilience. Second, creativity. First, analytical thinking. So what have you noticed out of those 3 studies that's common to all 3? Creativity, yeah. In fact, in all 4 studies, creativity, you can see, was the third most important in that first study, and then we can see it's mentioned in all of the other studies. Obviously, I reorganised my slides accidentally. So, I want to find out from you, hands up if you identify as being creative. Be honest, if you identify as being a creative person. You guys have developed or are developing a skill that is absolutely fundamental. And yet, probably most of you didn't put your hand up then at that point, which is really interesting, and yet such an important skill. There are 4 different types of creativity, and there's a good reason why a lot of you didn't put your hand up. It's because you're comparing yourself to people who are at a quite a superior type of creativity. So let's have a look at the 4 types, because this kind of breaks things down. The first type is mini-C creative. All of us were mini-C creatives when we were toddlers. We were all had that ability, everything, the whole world was about creativity. We were creating, making and painting constantly all the time. And our parents were putting our work up on the fridge. We were very proud of you as young toddlers and early in prep and grade 1. Then we moved to little c creative. And little c creativity is where education is at. Every one of you has the ability or are a little c creative. Even if you don't identify as being creative, just by the fact that you are a human being, you are a little c creative. And that's where we centre all our education philosophies around the importance of little c creative. So when I say everyone can be creative, that's what I mean. Everyone can be a little c creative. We go to the next step, where it's pro C. And every so often I meet a teacher who I would consider being pro C. Not very often, pretty rare. Every so often I meet mathematicians and scientists and people who are definitely at that pro C level where they just ooze creativity. They are far above everyone else in their workforce and what they do because they are so creative. Then you've got big C. To be a big C, you have to be dead for 100 years and still have your work remembered. So we're talking about Mozart here, we're talking about Johann Sebastian Bach, we're talking about people whose work we just still love today because they were so creative. Hardly any of us are going to be at that big C, in fact hardly any of us are going to be at that pro C, but all of us are at that little c creative level. For a prize, and those of you who are in the big day in, you have to keep your hands down because you know the answer already. For a prize, who is the pro C creative and potentially the future big C creative when she's dead in over 100 years? Who is it behind your school logo? Do you want to have a guess already?
Oh.
I'll just reveal a little bit more. Do you want to try now? No. No? Yeah. I reckon that's Billie Eilish. Seriously. What about now? Do you still think it's Billie Eilish? Yes. What about now? Yes. What about now? What about now? Give her a round of applause. There's Billie. Come on down to the help with stylist.
Hey, Billie. Huh? What?
Can you catch it?
No way.
Good catch, well done. Good work. All right, folks. You know how I said I've met some pro C creatives? Well, she's one of them. She blew me away when I first discovered her artistry and her brother. What's her brother's name?
Yes.
And then when I got to meet her, because we did these 3 projects with Billy over the years, she blew me away. The most recent project we did is this one.
For me, creativity starts with what ifs. Like, what if it takes place in a white void? Or maybe beige? No, black. What if there's fire? Did that already. What if there are some old cars? Or not? Let's see that in slow motion. Yeah, it's too much. What if it's in suburbia? That's not right. What about my look? Meh. That's cool. What if it happens in the rain? Yeah, this is it. Now, create what's true to you.
And some of you know the story. When we asked her to do this project, she said, I'm happy to do it under a couple of conditions. One is, and she was only 18 years old when we did that, by the way. This is like just around COVID time. And she said, I want to direct it. Really? We could employ some of the best directors in the world to do it. She goes, no, I direct all my own video clips. She was 18 years old. She's only just a little bit older than you. Hands up who's 18 now. Sorry, go. There you go. And then she said, I also want to edit it. We took a step back and thought, oh, okay, what software are you going to use? She said, Adobe Premiere Pro, of course. And she said she edits all of her video clips with Adobe Premiere Pro. And I thought, oh, okay, that's cool. So we let her do it. And so she did all the editing, she did all the directing. And if you look up YouTube, look up behind the scenes of her video clips, you can see her directing them. You see her with her team, hands-on. She's actually using Premiere Pro to edit. She's amazing, she's incredible. She learned all of those skills when she was quite young, in elementary school, primary schools, when she started getting access to Premiere Pro, into Photoshop, into InDesign, into Illustrator, and she developed all those really amazing skills. Can you name the 4 applications she ended up using for a prize? You want to have a go?
After Effects.
Yeah, she used After Effects to do the special effects. What else did she use? 4. I've mentioned one of them. Premiere Pro, so that's 2, you're halfway there. Photoshop to create the imagery that was.
Lightroom?
Oh no, she didn't need Lightroom because that's for photographers. There's no really still photos there. I'll give you a clue. It's to do with the audio. She recorded the music with an Adobe application. The same application she used to use when she was only 13 and 14 with her brother to create her music, to put it onto SoundCloud. And then she used Photoshop to create imagery based around the music. And that's how she became famous. All thanks to Adobe, thank you very much. Amazing. I'll give you a clue. If you're going to be on a stage production, sometimes you have to go through a process to be picked to be part of that cast. The name of that process is an audition, Adobe audition. Give her a round of applause. Well done. Oh, she got there. So Premiere Pro, After Effects, Adobe Audition, which is the only app we haven't mentioned, and Photoshop. Have a look at this shield. There's a program that all the ministers of education around Australia have got together, and the Minister of Education in New Zealand, called the Safer Technologies for Schools program. You can look up their website, ST4S Schools, I think it is. There's a database. You can type in the name of the applications you're working with and see if they're registered with the Safer Technologies for Schools program. I've been told, unofficially I've been told, that in a government school, you will, in the near future, this might be news for the teachers, you will not be able to use any software that's not on that register. And every 2 years we go through the review process to make sure that we are on that, because it's important for us to make sure we are safe technologies for schools. Try looking up Canva. It's not there. It's not there. Just saying. So it leads to the question why? Why are we there and why are Canva not there? And it's all based around safe and ethical Gen AI. So I want to show you some features that are in Photoshop now, that are in Illustrator, that are getting into InDesign and starting to get into Premiere Pro, where we bring in these Gen AI features. I'm just going to jump up. Who's heard of Adobe Firefly? Excellent. I'm glad somebody, because that's the name of our Gen AI engine. And I want to play a quick little clip that gives you a sense of what Firefly does and what it's going to be doing in the future. Let's see if this works. With the Safer Technologies for Schools program, there's lots of other applications that will do similar things to that. But we model our Gen AI on Adobe stock, so we can control the modeling. Whereas other companies will model it on the internet. They will scrape the internet based on your prompts to have whatever is created. Think about the ethics behind that. Because we control the modeling, and because we have people who are designated as producers for Adobe stock, millions of photographers around the world, millions of video producers and audio producers, and they tick approval if they are allowed to have their work modeled. So therefore there's layers of ethics there that are really important to consider when you're using Gen AI tools. And that's why we're registered with the Safer Technologies for School program. We're hoping to be continuing registered because we're very careful about those guardrails. Have you heard of a company called Getty Images? Yeah, really popular, very similar to Adobe stock, millions and millions of royalty-free images. Getty are currently suing a Gen AI image creation company because they're using Getty images in their modeling without permission, without paying a cent. So the courts will decide what's right and what's wrong. We're very confident that we're in the right mode, and that's why I can say that we're using safe and ethical techniques. So just be very careful with the Gen AI that you're using and think about the ethics behind it and what's appropriate and what's not. So Adobe Firefly is pretty cool, and have a look at how it's being used in Photoshop these days. Pretty cool. I'm looking for my next volunteer. Who's going to come down? Come on down. What's your name? Katya. Come on down. Give her a round of applause. All right, Katya. Have you ever used Firefly before? No. Oh, cool. Brand new. So if we jump in, and Chris, I'm thinking in the background, have we blocked Firefly? We'll just see what happens when we jump in here.
I don't think we've blocked it.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. So I'm just jumping into a browser. I'm just going to use Chrome, opening up a brand new window, and the address for Firefly is firefly.adobe.com. I'm just putting that up for you. Now, Katya, was it? Katia. Come and stand over here, Katia. Just be aware, no, come around this way so you're away from the cord. Aware of that cord there. Katia, this is Firefly on the website, and instantly it's going to, if you come down, you can see all the different Gen AI tools. We're just going to play with this one called text to image. I want you to type in a sentence here. What's your favourite animal?
I like
Cat. Can you type in a cat? We're going to do a sentence here. Let's type in a cat. What's the cat wearing? Type in the cat wearing. And what's it wearing?
a cute little sweater.
A what?
Cute sweater.
Cute. What colour is the sweater?
Blue.
A cute blue sweater. And whereabouts is the cat located?
Tropical island.
On a tropical island. A cat wearing a cute blue sweater on a tropical island. Now here's the thing, folks. It's all about the prompt. Prompting is now a science. Prompting should be a part of our curriculum. It's such an important technology now with Gen AI. To be able to do a good prompt will depend on what sort of result you get. Hit the generate button for us, Katia. And with Firefly, you're going to instantly get 4 results. Takes usually about 10 seconds, as long as it's not blocked. I think we wouldn't be getting this far if it was blocked. And look at all the options on the left-hand side. At the moment, it's going to like an auto. Oh, Katia. That's pretty cute. So because it's gone to auto mode, content type, oh, it's actually gone to photo mode. Let's change that to content type art and regenerate. And now it's not going to be a real cat from Adobe stock. It's going to be an artistic impersonation of a cat. And the tropical island will probably be an artistic interpretation as well. And you can even jump into different styles. Oh, cute. And for the sake of time, just which one of those do you like best? So this is a Mac, that's not going to help you. So just click on the mouse and click on that so we can see a bit better. And then we can go ahead and download that. And when we download it, we're going to get the attribution to say that this is a generated image. There's probably about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I can probably identify 6 or 7 images that have been merged together to create this. That's the technology, all from Adobe stock. And if we couldn't find it in Adobe stock, depending on how complicated, and usually it's not an issue, but if we couldn't, we then search for a royalty-free image source. We would never go to Getty. We would never go to a copyrighted source. So you can be safe to know that when you generate your images with Adobe Firefly, you can then publish what you generate. And you get credits. So you get a certain amount of credits. If you decide you want to create 20 images on your first day trying this, you're going to find that your 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th will start to slow down, and it'll get slower and slower and slower. So I suggest generate 1 or 2 a day, or just don't generate for a few days, and you'll get the speed. That's how we work. That's how we're controlling the technology. Because you can imagine if everyone in the world generated 20 images all at the same time, it's going to throw our servers totally out. So that's how we manage it. You can still keep generating, but we've got these credits that you earn every day that you've logged in. All right, so once we've got that, we could then download that, we could then bring it into other images. But I want to show you the next step on this. I'm going to go back to this tool that I showed you before called Express. I've got my slides here. I'm just going to open up a new tab and open up Express. And of course, as I said, the teachers have all got access to this now. You guys will get the full K-12. In fact, I'll show you what the K-12 version looks like. By the way, when I said you haven't got access, you actually do have access to the free version of it because you're all over 13. So you can do this now, but it's a free version. It's got a few limitations to it, but you can access to it. What I'm going to encourage you to do as soon as we get full K-12 access is get into the K-12 version, then you'll have all those safe guardrails. And it looks a lot better too. I'm just going to open up the K-12 version now. It looks really cool. This is the K-12 version. Instantly, it's got your name up the top, and you can start generating images. You can then go and start making videos. You can start making flyers and posters and infographics. It even has little chart builders. Create a bar graph, or a donut graph, or a pie chart, and all of that can be existing there. Animate from Audio is character animator on a browser. Pretty cool. But it uses AI to do the lip syncing and the gestures. You can build a web page or a digital portfolio, and there's all these different templates you can bring in to work with it. And I love these quick actions. We go to suggested quick actions. By clicking View All, You can see all of them. But they do little things like if you want to remove the background of an image, instead of jumping into Photoshop to do it, there's a few steps involved in Photoshop to do it. You can click on that particular image and then drag your image in there. I'll do a quick little test. Let's see if this works quickly. I'm going to find an image to work with. Just going to test. This is from the EduTech conference this week. Let's see. Okay, this guy was opening the conference. He was amazing. He was so good. I'm going to grab that image and I'm just going to drag it into where it says drag and drop the image. And then I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to let the AI do the work, and instantly the background's gone. Now, it hasn't done a perfect job, so when we go into Editor, we can actually paint in what it took out, or we can paint out what it hasn't taken out. So we've got all that control that you have in Photoshop. You've got that all with this browser tool called Adobe Express. And that's just one of the many, many quick actions, which is so much fun to play with. So let's do another image. Do another, so you still love cats? Yeah, okay, do another cat. This time it's going to wear something different. Whereabouts is it located? On what? Oh yeah, so where is the cat situated? On a desert island like before, or in a different place? In a ballroom, okay, good. Hit generate. So we give 10 seconds, it's going to start generating that. What's interesting is if you wrote down at the Sydney Opera House, it won't work. I don't know why.
All the images are like copyrighted?
Exactly right. Because it's copyrighted. If you put in a brand name, it's not going to work. That looks pretty cool. There's our 4 results. Just click through the different results. This is a good test. Next time you use the Gen AI tool, if you put in Spider-Man and it works, never use it again. You are breaching copyright. Think about the ethics about your Gen AI. Have you chosen one? Nice. You like that one? Cool. Now, Katia, we're going to turn this into a little video. Let's remove the background, Katia. There's a button at the top. We don't have to go back to the quick actions. We can actually just click that button. Go ahead and click that, remove background. It's now thinking about what's the most important part of the picture, and it's using AI to get rid of the background. Oh my goodness, that is terrible. Oh dear. We can control it. For the sake of time, oh, it's quite cute actually. I'm going to crop out the worst part of that. So it's less offensive for everybody. Let's just bring it down there like that. Right, this is going to be part of our animation. Now, what was the initial background? A ballroom. We're going to find a video in Adobe stock of a ballroom and bring that in as the background. Before we do, let's change it from an Instagram video to a proper widescreen video. So go up to resize and choose all of these options. You've got one here. Any thoughts as to why that? Oh, here we go. Okay. Choose the video option and click resize. Good. So now we've got the size. I'm just going to bring the cat a bit smaller. And let's go to the media tool. This is my favourite tool because from the media tool, when you click on it, you've got all the photos on Adobe stock, you've got all the videos on Adobe stock, and all the audio. That is K-12 friendly because you've logged in your K-12 account. So nothing inappropriate will come up. You know what it's like with those Melbourne High boys at Year 9? They will test it to the extreme. And we've got them to test it. And nothing inappropriate will come up. And that's not an issue at this school, I know. But, you know, I'm just saying. So let's go to videos. Can you type in, search for a grand ballroom? Let's see if there's any video. Let me search for that. Just maybe ballroom. Oh my goodness, there's 10. There's 10 ballroom videos. Some of them are better than others. As we hover over them, you get a sense of what they do. Let's just pick any one of those. Which one would you like? Okay, click on it. So that video is now coming into CAT. Now, if I fill the screen with that video, it'll render it. It'll look better in a second. We've lost the cat because the cat is hiding behind it. So we can talk about layers. Fundamental part of Photoshop and Illustrator is layers. There's the cat. I'm going to layer the cat up above the background so the cat will. The cat will, there we go, the cat's back now. And let's play, see a little play button down the bottom, a little timeline. I'm just waiting for that video to re-render properly. Let's just give it a bit more time, it should render soon. And the cat is there. While we're waiting for the video to render, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start animating the cat. As we select any element on our video, we can go to this tool here called animation. And as we hover over the tool, you get just hover over a few options there, you get a sense of what they do. And I want you to select one that you think will be appropriate. Happy with that?
Yeah, I think the cat should.
Okay. Now click on that same animation tool the second time, and you can change the duration. You can change the speed of the 12, and the personality of the 12, and even the direction of the 12. Now again, you can do most of this in the free version. If you search Adobe Express, log in with your free Adobe ID, because you're over 13, you can all do this. But when it comes available to you, like it is now with all the teachers, log in with your school credentials. It's so much better for you. You get the full premium version that way. Let's see if this is rendered. You happen to have picked a video that's really high res and it's taking a bit of time. But that hopefully will come up. Let's just see if we can bring in some music while we're waiting. So I'm going to go to audio this time, and let's do a search for cats and see if there's any music that relates to cats. Are we happy with that? All right, so we're going to click on that soundtrack, and now that's appearing in our timeline. Hit play. It's because of this video, I might have to change the video. Let's take the video out, sorry. Let's just bring in a still image, just because it's going to take too much time. Can you type in ballroom or green ballroom? And then once you find one that you like, just click it in. And fill the screen. And instead of layering, fill the whole screen, that's a kit for beautiful. Instead of layering it, do a right click on it, 2 fingers, and go to the music. Beautiful. All right, now hit the play button. Now I want the cat to come in a bit later. So if we click the cat, there's a button down the bottom called Show Layer Timing. And now we can adjust when we want the cat to come in. So it'll start with just the music and the ballroom. And then the cat comes in. You see, we're building a story, we're building a video, and we didn't have to use Adobe Premiere Pro to do it. Because Adobe Premiere Pro, hands up who's used Adobe Premiere Pro before? Great, it's a full-on tool, isn't it? Because it's used by Marvel Studios to use their production. It is a very serious video production tool. This is our basic video production tool. Premiere Pro is our extreme, really cool. It's great that you've got access, or you soon got access to the whole gamut of video, which is pretty cool. All right, this is finally, let's give Katia a nice round of applause. Well done. Just as I finish off this session with you, I want you to start thinking about any questions that you might have for me, because this might be the last time you ever get to meet anybody from a company like Adobe. And while you're thinking of those questions, I want to show you my new hero. Do you know this person at all? Does she look familiar to anybody? I'll give you a little clue if this comes up. She potentially saved all of our lives recently. Any clues? Along with her partner, Dr. Drew Weissman, they jointly awarded the 2023 Nobel Prize in Medicine for their discoveries that enabled the modified mRNA technology used in the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines to prevent COVID-19 infection. Thanks to her, we're all still alive. You're now able to come to school again thanks to her. So we have a lot to be thankful. And a lot of people think of creativity as being just for the arts, just for media, it's just for the art subjects or the drama subjects and so on. It's not. If we didn't have creative scientists, we wouldn't be at school together. We wouldn't be able to do this. If we didn't have creative mathematicians, we wouldn't have the architecture that's around us. If we didn't have creative people who studied the humanities, we wouldn't have amazing books to read. We wouldn't have amazing historians out there. So we won't have time for this exercise, but I just wanted to point out the fact that creativity is not just about the arts. And when you do get a chance to play with these tools from Adobe, it's encouraging you to work with all those skills that we looked at earlier. Collaboration, because Katia and I could have been working on that project together in real time on 2 different computers, because you can do that with Adobe Express. We're working on creative thinking. We're working on problem solving. We're working on critical thinking as we're building it. And it's all in a fun and engaging way. So my big message to you at the end of this presentation is for you to make the most of the tools while you've got them for free. And any opportunity that you get, whether it's the teacher giving you an English assignment, or it's a maths assignment, or a science assignment, or whatever it is, ask the teacher, can I turn that assignment into a podcast, or into a video, or into a short little poster or a flyer? Sure, I'll do the essay, but maybe that essay could become the basis of a screenplay that I'm now going to do with a short little video, because I've got the tools. The more you practice, the better you will get. And folks, keep being creative. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you guys. I've got the live sign. There's only a few minutes left. If there's any questions, because I wanted to wrap things up by 3 o'clock. Yeah.
Does Adobe commission different artists in order to generate, like, get material to generate?
Yeah. So I'm so glad you asked that question. I want to show you one of my favourite artists at the moment. She is a photographer, and we did a little documentary with her. It's going to jump. I'm hoping that YouTube will be available. Let's see. Is YouTube blocked at the school? No. There's a great channel on YouTube called the Creative Cloud YouTube channel, and in it we've got these things called briefs. And where is she? Every month we're adding a new brief. So these are artists who have been given a brief. They're using our tools to create art, and we were employing them to do these little videos. And my favourite one looks like it's not there anymore. But I'll just play a little bit of this one. I haven't seen it.
This is The Brief, a series where Adobe sends creators like me a box of items as inspiration to make an amazing piece of art. Now, what's in the box, you ask? Well, let's see. Wait, my apologies. Let's do intros first. Hi, my name is Natalia Set, or as given me on Instagram, and I'm a surreal self-portrait photographer. I create weird, colorful fantasy worlds based on my imagination and surroundings. And
So I won't play the whole thing. You can look it up, creativecloud.adobe.com, and look up a Creative Cloud YouTube channel and look at these amazing artists. We employ them because they use our tools amazingly. So yeah, that help answer. Next question.
Could you please explain the controversy regarding like the use of personal user data in like potentially AI?
Oh, we're very, very careful to make sure that you have agreed, if we're going to model on your work, that you've ticked that box that we're allowed to. There has been some misunderstandings about that in the press recently, which might be what you're referring to. And so we've had to rework and make sure it's very clear in our guidelines that we've kept that policy, because some people misinterpreted that somewhere along the line. I'm not sure of all the details, but it was a media item about a month ago, I think. But we are incredibly conscious about making sure that we only model on what's been approved to be modelled on. And yeah, right, well done. Good, yep.
Can you please explain your journey to how you got to where you are today?
So I was a school teacher for 23 years. I taught primary, taught secondary, taught music. I taught at Swinburne University, and I was the Director of Learning Technologies at Strathcona, which is a school just like this school, all girls, same sort of culture of this school. And then Adobe, about 12 years ago, was looking for someone who had a primary, secondary and higher ed teaching background. And there weren't many of us that actually done all three. And so they found me. I was very lucky. They approached me and said, you know anyone who fits this job description? I said, yeah, I do. So I wasn't really looking for the change, but I thought, well, I'll give it a go. I thought I'll just do it for a few years. That was 12 years ago. Yeah, and I loved it. You get to meet people like you. I get to go to schools all over the world and encourage teachers all over the world. It's been a fantastic job. Good. Thank you. Next question, yeah.
Do you also have any thoughts on like the environmental costs of AI?
Ah, yeah, there are. It's important to be aware that AI requires server farms. Server farms take up forests, potentially. Server farms take up lots of energy. It's worth keeping all of those ethics in mind when you're making your decisions about what you're going to be doing and looking into it. Don't think that just because it's technology that it's not using up resources. It is, always is. So it's always worth keeping that balance. Some people say it's just as bad driving an electric vehicle as it is driving a petrol vehicle because of all the extra resources that are required to build the battery and so on and so on. So yeah, it's always a balancing act, but I'm glad you're aware of that, and it's important that you think about the organisations you're working with. One of the things I do like about Adobe is that they're very conscious of that. Our latest building in our San Jose office is carbon neutral, even though it's the most recent building to be built in San Jose. It's 11 floors, it's an incredibly modern building, but it's now been established as carbon neutral, just purely because of the techniques they use to build it. So things like that are important for us. Good question, yep.
What's your favourite and least favourite Adobe apps?
Favourite is Premiere Pro. Least favourite is probably After Effects because it's just so complicated. Good question, yep.
Like, you know how with AI, it's obviously going to grow a lot like more advanced. And at which point do you think like it's going to be Adobe's basically going to surpass all of its kind of other applications where it requires you to actually do things without generative AI?
Yeah.
And what kind of changes in ethics will that bring as well?
Yeah, I think there's sort of two questions that you're asking. So one is in terms of already people are not using Photoshop as much because there's these other tools, for instance. So that's part of it, that's true. One of the great things about bringing in Gen AI into Photoshop, it actually makes it even more accessible for people. Where's Asha? Was it Asha who said she didn't use Photoshop? Or one of the girls, one of my volunteers, she didn't use Photoshop because it's too complicated when you first open it up. Now with the Gen AI, it becomes easier. So if you want to remove the background, you just click the generate in the prompting, and instead of putting in a prompt, it'll just remove the background because there's no prompt. If you put in a prompt, it'll create the background for you based on the prompt. So it makes it more accessible, democratizes complicated programs. Premiere Pro, I didn't get a chance to show you the video, but the way we're bringing Gen AI into Premiere Pro, can you imagine now putting in a prompt? Oh, I want a beach scene with a sunset coming in. I wasn't able to go and film it, so I'm going to put the prompt in, and then the beach scene comes in. That technology now exists, and it's starting to become part of Premiere Pro. This time next year, it'll be part of the Premiere Pro, which is amazing. So in the ethics side, we've already talked about that a few times, about making sure you're knowing where your modelling is coming from. And so the companies that we're partnering with for that new technology for Premiere Pro, we're very careful who we pick to make sure that they keep those ethical standards, that we have a very high level of ethics based on it. So it's a matter of just doing your research to see what's there and what's not. And again, as I said, if you come up with branded names in your prompting and things work, then rethink the ethics behind that, because it's breaching copyright straight away. Yeah.
How do you think AI and that sort of Gen AI has impacted art and will impact like art and artistry?
Yeah, it has already in lots of ways. A lot of artists, when it first started coming in thinking this is going to take over my job, I need to find something else to do. But then we started reshifting that thinking and thinking, well, actually now you have a bit more time. Rather than spending hours and hours doing that technique that literally took hours on Photoshop, it can be done in seconds through Gen AI. You now have more time to be more creative and to create more work. So it depends on your mindset. If you've got a closed mindset, this is terrible, it's going to take over my job. If you've got an open mindset, then okay, I have the freedom now to be even more creative. Yep, at the back. For me, I try to go into school at least once a week. If I don't have a school in a week, I'm not happy. I want to be in a school at least once a week. I get 150 emails a day, so a lot of the time is spent doing that. I have a leadership community of teachers in the Asia Pacific region. 4 levels of community. That highest level I interact with on a daily basis at some point. So that happens a lot. At the very base level, I run these courses for teachers. Level 1 course is very basic, it's a 90-minute course, and they get the badging and the certificate. And so I run all those courses. And I'm running a conference at the moment for September at RMIT for hundreds of teachers all over Victoria will be coming to this conference face to face. Thousands will be watching it online. And I've got a team of about 10 people who are helping me put that conference together in Melbourne on the 30th of September and in Sydney on the 10th of October during the school holidays. So there's been a lot of work planning for that. So that's my daily activities.
So we'll just have one last question if someone has a question.
Over here, we've got one.
Do you believe creativity is a skill? And if you do,
how would you suggest that we can practice it?
Yeah, look, everything that I've been talking about is based around that. I'm so glad you asked that question. Yes, it is a skill. It's a skill that you can develop. It's a skill that everyone can have because you are a human being. It's a matter of practicing and developing that skill over time. And every time you get an opportunity, like I said earlier, to create a podcast, to create a video, to actually do something that's a bit more creative than what you traditionally would just do easily, then do it. And the more you do it, the more creative you will be. Nice, thank you, folks.
Please give him a
Come on.
Can you please have another huge round of applause for all the speakers that we had today? Everyone spoke so engagingly and they shared so much knowledge. And we speak on behalf of the students that they found this whole experience incredibly beneficial. And hopefully they'll consider a future career in STEM. Thank you for your time. We hope that this was a wonderful experience for you and that our Mac.Rob community welcomed you warmly.
We are also so grateful for everyone who has helped this day make this day possible. Thank you to Ms. Williams, our student agency leader, who has done all the behind-the-scenes work and provided so much assistance from the staff.
As well as IT bosses, Chris and Simon, for working on all the technical aspects and helping us in every step of the way. There were so many hurdles and obstacles, but they guided us through every single one of them, and they made us better planners and just look towards the future to make this event possible.
And finally, of course, to our committee members for facilitating and planning the day. There were so many creative ideas and passionate attitudes, and that we found so inspiring. We are so lucky to work with such a bunch of 10 bright-minded students that all share similar passion to us.
But it wouldn't have been possible without you guys. Thank you so much for dedicating your Friday to spend some time with us. And hopefully this whole experience was incredibly enriching and has furthered your love for technology and appreciating the incredibly advancements in the modern world.
Now we have one final very exciting activity, which is drawing the raffle prizes. So can we please have everyone come down and line up in an orderly fashion to exchange your stamps for the raffle?